Prof needs no in democracy and development in particular, and land administration. His profile is on the link that Ulwazi had sent to all of us, and I'm going to plead that you give yourself to peruse it because it is such a rich profile. His activism, political activism, goes back in the 1970s when he was a political prisoner, and in the 1980s then he pursued his academic studies, and currently he is based at UCT and is the NRF Research Chair and holds a number of other accolades as well. And I do plead with you to take the time to look at his profile. Indeed, it is a rich one. Prof, without wasting much time, to you, Lwazi, I'm going to ask that you please mute everybody else and unmute only Prof. Thank you.
Okay, on it. Prof is still trying to join. Should be in now.
All right, while we do that, while we wait for Prof to join us, can I ask that Fanny, you do that very quickly? Dr. Fanny Ngapaya, I see you on the platform. May I ask that you, while we wait for, hand over to you to talk us through the background and objectives very quickly.
Morning, everybody.
That's Prof.
I've just joined.
Okay.
Is that Prof? Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Oh, she. Good morning. Hey.
It's me. Okay.
Good morning, Prof. Welcome.
Hi. How are you?
We were just, I'm good, Prof. Thank you very much. And how are you?
I'm fine.
We were
I'm in Kala and with all its problems, network problems. But yesterday,
well, we can imagine.
We had the event was uninterrupted. And today there's a lot of wind here.
Yes, yeah, no, we've noticed that the Wi-Fi is a bit wonky, but let's hope for a smooth conversation. Prof, we've just started and we are now handing over to you to take us through the background and the objectives and purpose for today. Just kick us off.
Okay.
Over to you.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. And let me thank the organizers of this seminar for allowing me to make some remarks and talk about the objectives of this seminar. The seminar is organized by the Tsala University Student Association, popularly known as Tsalusa. And it's doing this in collaboration with the National Research Foundation, NRF Research Chair in Land Reform and Democracy in South Africa, as well as Siyazaka Land Rights Movement, which is a civil society organization that is based in the Sakhisizwe municipal area and is operating mainly in the rural areas of this municipality. And the rural areas of the municipality comprise Ilali, that is villages under traditional authorities, and commercial farms, maplasi, as people would call it. There are two heads. I'm a treasurer of Talusa. They say is the organizing organization, and this organization was established in 1983 with a focus throughout its more than 30 years existence, a focus on popular education. And I'm one, and perhaps the only active founding member of this organization. At the same time, I work for the University of Cape Town, and there I hold two research chairs in land reform and democracy in South Africa, which is the one that's partnering with Talusa and Siazaka. And the other chair is on African Studies. It's named the AC Jordan Chair in African Studies. My research activities revolve around the broad topic of land and agrarian studies in Africa. In the nature of things, one cannot talk about land, especially in rural areas under the control of traditional leaders, without confronting the issue of governance. And this would include local government. The two cannot be separated from each other. I work very closely with NGOs and civil society organizations who have interests in land and local government matters. This is the basis for the partnership with Talusa and Siazaka Land Rights Movement. In the case of Talusa, collaboration goes back more than 20 years ago now. Now, about this seminar, the focus of the seminar is on the Sakhisizwe Local Municipality with specific reference to the performance of this municipality and how organized civil society has responded, especially over the last 2 years. This seminar builds on a number of seminars that have been held in the past on the state of municipalities in the Eastern Cape in general, and the Sakhisizwe Local Municipality in particular, which is one of the local municipalities falling under the Chris Hani District Municipality. Previous seminars were often educational nature and were meant to inform citizens of the Sakhisizwe municipal area of their rights and obligations as determined by our South African Constitution and laws flowing from that Constitution. For example, on the objects of local government, the Constitution is unequivocal. Local government is supposed to, and I'll read from the Constitution, supposed to provide democratic and accountable government for local communities. 2, ensure the provision of services to communities in a sustained manner. 3, promote social and economic development. 4, promote safe and healthy environment. And lastly, 5thly, encourage the involvement of communities and community organizations in the matters of local government. As will become clear as we proceed today, attempts to persuade the Sakhisizwe municipality to adhere to the principles of the Constitution and laws emanating from it have so far fell on deaf ears. Today's seminar, as already indicated, at the performance of the Sakhisizwe municipality over the last couple of years. It does so by focusing on 2 issues. 1, financial management, and 2, the integrated development plan process. Integrated development, people know it as IDP. We have invited speakers who are going to share with us their insights on the state of municipalities in general, but specifically the state of the Sakhisizwe.
Rosie, have we lost you, Prof?
Yes, it seems like we've lost him.
All right.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, while we try to reconnect with the Prof and to get him back online, we are going to try and move on, right, in the interest of wonky Wi-Fi's and technology that at times fails us when we need it the most. We're just going to try and forge ahead. I am aware that participants are still coming in, and it would appear as though the facility is set such that they're able to unmute themselves, but I'm going to plead with you. Just please make sure that your mic stays muted all the time so that the background noise does not disturb the proceedings of our conversation today. Lwazi, please indicate to me when Prof is back online, because of the 25 or so participants that we have on this platform this morning, I'm unable to see everybody that's on the platform. So I will wait for your indication when Prof is back on. Ladies and gentlemen, in this morning session, so we've broken our conversation into two broad sessions today. And in this morning session, we have a panel and are joined by such high esteemed persons that we really do not want to take a minute away from the time that's allotted to them because of just the richness of the info that we expect and the conversation that we're hoping that they're going to facilitate for us this morning. And first up will be the Auditor General of South Africa. And it is such an honor that Makwetu, you've made yourself available to join this conversation today. Sakhisizwe is a small municipality and a small district in the Eastern Cape, and that you would give yourself time to join a conversation that engages the state at play and governance and finance management issues in a municipality of this size speaks very highly of us, of the role and responsibility that you hold, and just the manner in which you and the steam in which you place civil society in the affairs of local governance. And so we're very excited to have you on the platform, Tata. So we would have Tata Makwetu first. He is going to be followed by Otata Uswana, who also we're very excited to have on the platform. And Comrade Lawson will then conclude the conversation. Just by way of brief introductions of these esteemed guests that we have, let me then just start by this is really just a summation of the profile Tata Makwetu because it is so long and rich, colleagues, and has been placed on the link that Olwazi had sent to all of us. And again, I plead with you to just go back and read the profile so that you can really appreciate the quality and caliber of people that we have on this platform today. Tata Makwetu is the sitting Auditor General in South Africa. Currently, so Lwazi, again, I'm going to plead with you and Ubathandwa to just make sure that you mute everybody whose mic you see unmuted, except the speaker at that time. And so, as I was saying, colleagues, he's the sitting AG in South Africa, needs no introduction in this platform. We're going to hear from him shortly. He will be followed by Utatshwandile Swana, who is based at the School of Business and Governance in Wits. Utatshwana, who also is a political analyst, whose insights get drawn from in media from time to time. We've listened to his analysis. It is based on that and the richness and depth of his analysis that we've invited him to be part of this conversation today. And at the Council for the Advancement of the South African Constitution, known as CASAC for short. And that's an organization that's committed, has been for a long time, committed to the principle of progressive constitutionalism. And so those are the three speakers that we're going to have this morning. Tata Makwetu is going to kick the conversation off and really talk to us about governance issues, oversight, accountability, finance management, the issues that lead to the state at play at not just the Sakhisizwe, but in many other municipalities as well. And perhaps what we could do as civil society to strengthen governance oversight in municipalities, I'm hoping. That will be followed by Utatshwandile Swana, who's really going to unpack for us what's in the IDP of Sakhisizwe and really help us to understand what are the plans, and we're going to link that with the resources that are available and connect the dots ourselves. And then finally, Ulosen will then sum up the conversation. Without wasting much time, Tatu Makwetu, let me hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Sis Nondando, and good morning to all present at this webinar. If acceptable to everybody, I am not going to use a presentation that we prepared, but we'll send it as soon as I'm done, and I'm sure one of our team members is online, and we'll make sure that it is accessible to you. I'm cognizant of the instability of the system and having to bombard everybody with pre-written slides sometimes does not augur well for the kind of conversation we are going to have. So if that is fine, I will proceed, trusting that my voice will reach across to all the 28 years across this connection. Let me start by thanking Kalusa and all involved for allowing us the opportunity to speak about our experiences as the audit office of the area of local government in our country, but more specifically to Sakhisizwe. Sakhisizwe that involves Tala as well as Elliot. Both of those parts of our country are enjoined under this category 1 on to say that we are also part of the bigger Chris Hani District municipality. Now, the best place I thought I will start, even before the presentation that we prepared, is that we as the audit office, as you will appreciate, have got a constitutional responsibility to look after the finances that are spent across all areas that are publicly funded in our country. Many of those areas will be in the national sphere, some and all of those in provinces, as well as in municipalities. And the best way we know how to express an opinion on anybody's financial management disciplines is to scrutinize the financial statements that are prepared, in this case, by the council, because the council is the ultimate body of accountability in any municipality. It is answerable to the citizens that live in those places where the jurisdiction of that municipality applies. And therefore, the starting point for us is to say there is a document called the annual financial statements. And in the case of all municipalities, that document ought to be prepared every year as at the end of June of that year. We audit these books with a view to expressing our independent opinion as auditors as to what is working well, as well as what is not working well. And we even extend it further by attributing some reasons to certain of the things that are expected to work, which do not work. And that is the overall universe of work that we do as an audit office. These financial statements, once they are audited, the laws of our country require that we present an audit opinion on these financial statements to every single council. All 257 councils across the country, including Sakhisizwe. We've done this exercise every year. We've pronounced every year on our findings in respect to how we have experienced the management of these monies, which monies belong to the citizens for whom councils are required to do the things that citizens want done. As at the end of the 2019 year, which is the latest year that we have audited, you will recall that we produced a report at the beginning of July, where we said, despite the fact that there is not much to go around, we still find that the hands that are placed at the till are not very suitable. They are the type of hands that allow leakages to happen. They are the type of hands that allow for inappropriate transactions to flow through. They are the type of hands that are also not able to account for some of the assets that the municipality buys, which assets are geared towards delivering services for all citizens. That was the overall conclusion we reached. And you will look at our report and realize that the statement we made, which said not much to go around, yet not the right hands at the till, was largely informed by our experience of all these municipalities, whether they are in Mpumalanga, in the Northwest, in the Eastern Cape, and any other province you might think of. There was a big concentration of that characteristic that defined their ability to manage finances across our system. If I come close to Sakhisizwe and just draw from the very financial statements that I talk about. By the way, before I do the detailed analysis of Sakhisizwe, one of the key requirements is that by the 31st of January of every year, every council is required to receive an annual report from its administration, which annual report contains financial statements, the report of council, as well as the report of the auditors. So once that document has been tabled at council, it becomes a public document. Everyone and anyone, whether they are part of Xaluza, whether they are part of Siyaka, or any one of those, are entitled to access an annual report that has been posted electronically by the 31st of January. So it is a document that I would like to emphasize to all present, that even if they had not been trained as accountants, they can always draw from some of those people from within the jurisdiction of Sakhisizwe to help them analyze and understand what exactly do these numbers mean? What do they say to us? What do they say about us? And I think that is a point that we need to invest a bit of time in, so that people do not go around trying to hold councils accountable when the very key instrument that directs them is never accessed. If I just look at Sakhisizwe in particular for the year that ended June 2019, you will note that the resources at Sakhisizwe's command are not small resources. They are big amounts of money, in the sense that if you look at its statement of financial performance, which is what used to be called an income statement, Sakhisizwe received grants from the national government to the extent of 82.5 million rands. That's a huge chunk of money. In that revenue of 82.5 million, the target for it is for it to be used on various activities that impact on the lives of citizens at Sakhisizwe. It is not money yet for the use for specific personal satisfaction of any individual. It is government grants and subsidies that are laid out by national government from the collection of taxes. And to the extent of the quantum of this money at Sakhisizwe, at the end of June 2019, it was 82.5 million. On top of that, there's other forms of revenue that come into the coffers of Sakhisizwe. They are not huge. In total, they add up to about 18.7 million. That is both interest received on monies in the bank, as well as monies raised as service charges for electricity, as well as refuse removal in some cases. So in total, you are talking about a total revenue of 106 million in 1 year. That's a huge chunk of money, whichever way you look at it. And what is important about it is not whether it is enough, but what is important is how does it get used. And if you look at how it gets used, already in the 2019 year, we observed that they spent about 115 million, which means that they spent a lot more than what they have been able to raise as revenue. Hence, in their financial statements, they now have a deficit of 8.3 million rands. That is now very important for purposes of this conversation for us to understand that there is this challenge that there are limited resources. However, the utilization of these resources in some cases even exceeds what has been made available, both in terms of the funding from the central fiscus, as well as that revenue which is collected locally, as well as earned in the form of income. I would immediately want to suggest that civil society needs to take a keen interest in how this money gets allocated to the different things that people pronounce on, either through the integrated development plans or any of the other plans that the municipality has in place. And I think it is important also to note that at the end of this same 2019 year, because of many things that have happened, as the Prof has alluded to earlier on, not much of this has all been spent. There was money that was received in the form of municipal infrastructure grant. And if you look at the cash flow statement of the municipality, at the end of June 2019, the municipality for the first time had a positive bank balance of 12.2 million, which means that they have not been able to spend the bulk of what they received from the fiscus. So the cash was sitting and lingering around the bank account to the extent of 12.2 million rands. It is important for those that play a role in the governance of a municipality like Sakhisizwe to work out what exactly is the benefit to the citizens if there are monies that were meant and earmarked for certain infrastructure projects that have not been spent, but are sitting in the bank account. Because this is not somebody who's accumulating wealth for themselves. It is money that was earmarked for achieving certain key strategic projects that is significant in the lives of the citizens of Sakhisizwe. And I would like to just end the part of the financial statements there and say that it is an interesting document to read, because when you also look at the balance sheet of the municipality and you start to analyze the assets that are sitting there, you will discover also that there is a portion of these assets that is called work in progress. Currently, as at the end of June 2019, there was about 56 million rands that was work in progress. Now, work in progress is an area that can easily be manipulated if there is no independent oversight over that particular asset. Because what it means is that somewhere between Tala and Elliot, there are certain assets that have been started in respect to the asset build and expenditures that have been made, to the extent of about 56 million of those assets are still in progress. And I'm not too sure whether people who are part of the civil society organization can place their hand on those assets. What's the nature of these assets? Why are they still in progress? What will it take for them to be completed? Is there any additional resource that needs to be spent in order for them to be converted from being work in progress to being finished assets, so that those finished assets could be utilized for purposes of delivering services to the broader citizens of Sakhisizwe? And I think when
AG, may we ask that you unmute yourself? I think we muted you as we were trying to mute the other person that had muted themselves. And may I ask, Boise, that you also mute yourself as well? Thank you.
Am I audible now? I've unmuted myself.
Yes, you are, sir.
Let me just quickly deal with some of the analysis that we have done, having looked at the financial statements. One of the things that we noted over the last 2 years was that there was significant deterioration in the level of the interface between the political and administrative systems within Sakhisizwe. Now, that instability between those that are elected into council positions as well as those that are performing administrative functions, once that instability is allowed to fester in the environment, it leads to all manner of undesirable things, including lack of oversight and proper decision-making. And it also leads to what we've observed in Sakhisizwe over the last 2 years, which is the protests and the unrests. And I think an additional consideration that has been part of what we analyzed in these financial statements is that if you look at the finance department as an example, you are running a municipality not so big, but it's got about 50% vacancy in the finance division, and also some 40% vacancy in the supply chain management unit. Now, once you have that kind of gap in the administrative environment, you are likely to get all of these undesirable financial outcomes, let alone the fact that in the roads and infrastructure department that is responsible for spending the bulk of what gets laid into the municipality in the form of grants has also been running with about 72% of vacancies, which is a critical infrastructure and service delivery department. What typically happens there is that if you don't have those people in that function, you end up relying on external service providers who come into the municipality with little supervision. And they do all manner of things without proper care about what it results in. And I think it's one of the key things that we think from a civil society point of view, if they interface with the municipality, they could begin to understand what is behind that when resources are made available. We note also that prior to the 2019 year, the municipality had always been unqualified in terms of its financial statements, even though it had significant weaknesses in the systems of internal control. What that means is, for the greater part of the last 5 years, there was a level of transparency in managing its finances, and things deteriorated sharply in 2018, 2019, because all other non-financial issues started weighing on the capacity of the municipality to be able to report adequately. And therefore, as auditors, we have always encountered in Sakhisizwe numerous adjustments to the financial statements prior to them being finalized. What it means is that the hands at the till are not necessarily the type of hands that we could rely on in order to get the objectives of the municipality being met all the time. We also looked at a component of the performance of a municipality where we evaluate the accuracy with which the municipality reports on its predetermined objectives. And these predetermined objectives are the things that the municipality themselves say they are going to achieve on the back of spending the money under their care. And in most cases, we found that this particular information that sits in the annual report was either not useful or reliable from an audit point of view. And we've given that kind of feedback to management and to the municipality. And they have not yet dealt with those key issues which were found to be deficiencies. If you look across the last 5 years of the journey of the municipality, there are a number of areas that are a repeat deficiency when it comes to the findings on compliance with laws and regulations. Some of those trigger and result in levels of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. They trigger irregular expenditure. Some of these findings also reflect on inadequate management of expenditure. It also points to lack of consequences for those that have not done well in their key positions. And we think that those matters are quite central to what will make for a successful municipality that has about 106 million under its watch. And maybe the other point which is worth raising also is the fact that the levels of irregular expenditure, if you look at them in terms of where we were as a Sakhisizwe in 2014, 2015, the closing balance for irregular expenditure, which is expenditure incurred not in accordance with the Municipal Finance Management Act. And when we report on this expenditure, we are drawing the attention of council to trigger investigations as to what gave rise to those kind of infractions of the supply chain management processes. If you just think about 2014, 2015, the closing balance of irregular expenditure was about 18.8 million rands. Fast forward to the current year accounts of 2018-19, that closing balance is sitting at about 81.3 million. That's over a 5-year period. The level of the lack of disciplines in managing the outflows of cash has deteriorated from a figure of 18.8 in the year 14-15 to about 81.3 in the current period. There has also been no shortage of the use of consulting services, particularly in the financial management area, where when they can't do it themselves with the staff that they have, they go out and seek the services of external service providers. This municipality on average every year, in addition to the cost of employment of those people who are in finance, has been spending an average of about 3 million rands a year. Now, if you think about it over a 5-year period, they've invested about 15 million in the services of an external service provider, but the books are still wobbly. And the question that I think one would want to ask is, to what end are we continuing to make this kind of expenditure at the expense of what ought to be allocated to the key strategic projects that are required for improving the lives of citizens? And the question needs to be asked, are we going to continue to spend this much despite the fact that we are not getting much value for it? And therefore, Program Director, as I conclude, one of the key things that we have been preaching as an audit office is that the best place to be is to impose, if not invoke, a system of preventative controls. Preventative controls being those controls that are known upfront through the municipality and are known by civil society organizations, so that when people access the financial statements at the end of January, they can be able to say, we said you must prevent levels of irregular expenditure. Why do we still have them? If we have them, what consequences have attached to those that have caused it? If your books were found to be unreliable, what preventative steps have you taken in the form of internal controls to avert a disaster that could lead to these finances of the municipality no longer being reliable? I will pause there, Ms. Nondando, and participate in the rest of the conversation as it unfolds. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, AG, for that very insightful unpacking of what could easily be very complex information that relates to finance management. I think you've summed it up for us so simply. Just before we move on, I would like to pose a few questions that I know that my colleagues on the platform are also interested to better understand from you. And the first one is, can you talk to us about the amended powers of the AG, so what we in civil society simply refer to as the extended powers? So can you talk to us about that and perhaps maybe the level at which you now are able to go further in holding council to account, perhaps in ways that we would be limited to? And the second one that I would like to ask is if you could just talk to us about a municipality that is under administration, so Section 139, and where accountability lies in the context of an administration. And perhaps maybe even talk to us about extended administration, so where you found like a municipality is under administration for 6 months or 12 months for longer, and who would be the most accounting, if that's even a right word, who civil society would hold accountable in such an instance when a municipality has been placed continuously under administration. And I'll hand it over back to you, sir.
No, thank you very much for that question. Let me deal with the part of the amended powers of the office. We have been on this journey since the promulgation of the Public Finance Management Act as well as the Municipal Finance Management Act. And this journey has taught us that in an environment where things go wrong repeatedly, and there are no requisite consequences to attach accountability to the people that have been in the driving seat, these things tend to repeat themselves year in and year out. And so as an audit office, our task up to the 30th of March 2019 was to blow the horn, if you like, every year. And I'm sure many people were growing tired of hearing about irregular expenditure growing by this and that percentage, about fruitless and wasteful expenditure growing by whatever percentage. They were growing tired of hearing of things like disclaimed opinion, where the auditors are not even able to express an opinion because of limited information available for them to express an opinion. We then went on to engage Parliament on this matter and said that we are possibly better placed as an audit office to do something about this. And the reason for it is because every year, based on the constitutional responsibility of the institution, we do engage these finances in every single public sector institution. And so we do see and identify certain things that ought to be done right within a reasonable space of time, other than just auditing and reporting as the mandate has always been. Now, this mandate that we have in terms of the extended power says, in addition to the normal scrutiny that you perform as an auditor, as well as the report that you issue, the legislature now has said to us, please look deeper, even in those dark corners that you have not ventured into before. And look for us for situations that suggest that there are material irregularities. Now, what is a material irregularity? In the context of the definition that is part of our amended act, it is that type of transaction that has been incurred in a particular institution that points to a flagrant disregard of the laws that govern financial management, to the extent that the institution is incurring a financial loss. Now, we do have the power then to scrutinize the books and say to the accounting officer, in this case, a municipal manager, are you aware that part of the transaction that flowed through the books in your institution, as an example, is a 10 million payment, where when we asked for the records for it, nobody can find them. But we do know that there's a debit that has gone into the books, and the money has flown out of the bank account to the extent of 10 million. Now, accounting officer, you have, based on these amended powers, 20 days, 20 working days while the audit is proceeding to give us a plausible explanation or to provide the evidence that will substantiate whether this transaction was incurred for due cause, or whether if there's anything that you yourself discover now, you've got to take steps within these 20 days to satisfy the auditors about where is this transaction coming from, who was this payment made to, what did you get for it? All of those kind of questions is what auditors are now empowered to do, in addition to the normal auditing that they have been doing for quite some time. But it doesn't end there. If the accounting officer has provided the auditors sufficient information to mitigate the risk of that financial loss of 10 million, then the auditors will be satisfied and will leave the accounting officer to carry on with their duties. However, if the outcome of that within the 20 days is such that the accounting officer is also none the wiser, and there's nobody else that can provide this explanation, then the auditors are required to either hand over that 10 million transactions to an appropriate investigative body. Because remember, auditors are not investigators. They go out and look at the kind of risks that would give rise to financial losses. So now we are empowered to interface with law enforcement agencies and other investigative bodies so that we can say to them, here is a 10 million payout coming out of the books of, let's say, Sakhisizwe. Nobody in the institution is able to give a proper explanation. Please investigate. That's the second part of these powers, the power to refer material irregularities to an appropriate investigative body in order to sort out whatever is behind that transaction. Thirdly, when that matter has not been resolved at the point of issuing the audit report, the auditors are also required now to bring into the audit report that material irregularity. Why is this important? It is important because the audit report, as I said, is part of the financial statements as well as the annual report. When all of those documents are tabled at council, nobody can turn around and say, I did not know that for all these years, there's been a material irregularity of 10 million. But it comes with very clear recommendations as to what council must now do in order to address that material irregularity. And lastly, if all fails after all the follow-ups that are done by the auditors in the following year, and there is still no reasonable clearance of this matter, the law empowers the audit office to then issue a certificate of debt in the name of either the accounting officer or the accounting authority to make good the loss that has been incurred by the public institution. So that is the extent of the additional powers that have been attached to our mandate. This has commenced from 1 April 2019, but like all new amendments, we had to take measured steps towards the implementation. Up to the end of the most recent report, we have applied these new provisions at about 9 municipalities across the country. It was just a mere pilot at the beginning, but now we've expanded the focus to even more municipalities. So come the end of the financial year that we are in now, we are going to see quite a flood of material irregularities that will have to be dealt with in accordance with the new provisions of the amended act. So that will be the extent to which the auditors are going to make an impact in that area. However, it won't be enough for as long as a strong tone at the top in the institution. Now, a strong tone at the top can be influenced by engagements with civil society. It can be influenced by a strong council. It can also be influenced by the general culture and attitude of the institution to do what is necessary when material irregularities are surfaced. So that's where we see the value and the impact of this, because in most cases, accounting officers have traditionally ignored the recommendations and the counsel of an audit, knowing that the consequences that might attach will probably come from the same people that have instructed them to carry out these transactions. Hence, year in and year out, you found nothing. However, as a Chapter 9 institution that is independent of those that are in administration or in political leadership, we will have our own journey to traverse in order to clear these material irregularities, because they are not just for the report, they are for action. And so if that action is known upfront by the accounting officer, and the accounting officer knows that an audit which happens every year, if it finds material irregularities, there could be a stage in the process where I, as an accounting officer, is required to deal with a specific certificate of debt addressed in my name, with my ID number, with a date by when that particular payment ought to be made good. That we hope will change the attitude significantly, because nobody is going to want to be saddled with that responsibility when they were acting on behalf of others. Secondly, on the point of the administration in terms of Section 139, I think the one point I want to make in terms of this is that the people that live in Sakhisizwe, as an example, are the ones that are responsible whenever there are elections every 5 years to elect their public representatives. And I'm sure they should be looking towards those people for the levels of accountability that they need. However, in some instances, the councils would collapse and not do what is required, hence the interventions in terms of Section 139. But my experience of having observed many of these, they sometimes tend to lead to further collapses because you sometimes bring people into that municipality whose own backyard was never found to be any better anyway than that municipality over which they are supposed to exercise administration. So I guess it's a question that all of us must grapple with and ask ourselves, what exactly is the value that must be derived from imposing administration on some municipalities? There are many lessons across the country of what has happened. Some have not even solved the problem because they didn't have the wherewithal to do good in their own backyard, despite the fact that they get deployed elsewhere to fix somebody else's problem. So my view certainly is that if it is not applied properly, this Section 139 intervention with appropriate skills, with people that understand what needs to be done, it sometimes just compounds the initial problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, AG. That really kicks us off in such a rich manner. And colleagues, I don't even want to waste much time. And now that we've pondered the state of affairs, of financial affairs of this particular municipality, it sort of kind of gives us a sense of why we've attained the audit outcome that we have attained and where we are now, 5 years down the line. I think the trend and the decline and just the pace of decline of this particular municipality in 5 years is shocking, as shown to us by the facts that the AG is referring to. And without wasting much time, I want to go straight to you, Dr. Swana, and you help us look at what's in the IDP of this municipality so that we're able to connect the dots. AG, I'm hoping that you're going to be with us for the next couple of minutes so that when we invite questions, we would have you to respond to questions as well. But if you need to rush for whatever reason, please indicate to us so that we can try and make a plan.
I'm at your disposal, sis.
Thank you so much, AG. Dr. Swana, over to you. Lwazi, can I please ask that you make Dr. Swana a co-host so that he's able to flag the presentation?
Thank you, Mamula Mlana. I'm not yet able to share. Okay, very good. Okay, I'm screen sharing. Are you able to now see the presentation?
Yes, that I'm able to. We can see the presentation.
Thank you very much. Lars gave me 20 minutes. I'll try and stick to the 20 minutes. This is part that was given to me by Prof to look at the IDP processes and Sakhisizwe in Sakhisizwe Municipality. Now, there are a number of initiatives that are happening in Sakhisizwe regarding the municipality. And I think the centerpiece of these initiatives is the People's IDP. Now, the biggest challenge that all of us have, including myself, and I've been teaching municipal finance since 2007, is that exactly how is the IDP supposed to be developed? What processes are supposed to be there, and what is supposed to be in this IDP, and what is the job of this IDP? So I will now look at certain 4 topics. I will not go through all of them during this presentation. I'll probably go up to 3.3. Governance profile, very shortly, some of the things that the Auditor General has addressed. Now, I'll be making requests as I go along. Now, if you look at the table that is on the screen right now, this table says what is the performance, the audit performance, what are the opinions of the Auditor General over the years. Now, one of the problems, and I hope Razi and company will, now that they have access to the Auditor General, can get with these audit opinions from the Auditor General. For instance, 2009 to 2010, that year, the opinion was adverse. The following year, it was a qualified opinion. The following year, I couldn't find it. The following year, it was a qualified opinion, and then there are gaps, and then an unqualified. But what I wanted to determine here was, what is the actual track record of this municipality from an independent opinion of the Auditor General? It could have come from somewhere else, but in this case, I chose that. So we need that information, and so this forum knows the efforts we've had to go through to try and just get basic information from this municipality, unsuccessfully so. Now, the Auditor General measures performance against the IDP and the SDPIP. Ideally, even where performance is suboptimal, there should be credible plans to improve that performance. Over time, performance should improve. In the 2010-2011 annual report, the following findings were made by the AG. Adequate explanation for major variances between planned and actual reported targets for the following development priorities were not provided as required in terms of the relevant reporting guidance. In total, 100% of the reported targets with major variances were not explained in these categories: local economic development, service delivery, municipal transformation and institutional development, financial management and viability, and good governance and public participation. So what that tells you is that these people set their targets in the IDP. This is what we want to do, and then they don't achieve it, and then they don't even bother to provide an explanation of why they never actually achieved. And I think that type of theme emerged as the AG was presenting. Now, we can move on. Now, if we take the next point, it follows from the above and subsequent pages of the annual report that whatever targets were there for the year, they were not achieved, and also no explanation was provided. Beyond that, there were no proper performance indicators for each target, and that performance was in any event almost impossible to measure. The AG puts it this way: a total of 89% of the planned and reported targets were not measurable in identifying the required performance by the municipality. A total of 86 of the planned and reported targets were not time-bound in specifying the time period or deadline for delivery. So if you go through the town of Tsala and Elliot, Ekowa, you see this that progress is very hard to detect over the years in actual community, in the community. Then another thing that we need to ask ourselves about is, what is the IDP process? Now, as you go into this topic, what you discover is that when people are preparing an IDP, there are certain things that must control the IDP process. One of those things is the district IDP framework plan, so that all the municipalities under that district whatever they've planned is integrated across the district, which means the district plan itself, to a degree, is based on the local municipality IDP plan. So the IDP framework plan is a planning document that says for the next period, whether it's 6 to 9 months, we are going to be doing IDPs in all these municipalities. Secondly, each municipality, the local one, must have its IDP process plan. In other words, we're going to do an IDP for Sakhisizwe. What are the 10 or 15 steps that we're going to complete? Who's going to be consulted? Who's going to be involved? And on what dates? Then the IDP itself is developed. Then another thing that I touched on the last time I spoke in this forum was this issue of ward plans. There is a thing that is called ward plan. The ward plan details exactly all the projects, all the needs that must happen at ward level. And those ward plans are actually supposed to build up into the IDP of the municipality. And then that IDP of the local municipality builds up into the IDP of the district. And all of these documents I've mentioned must then be translated into workable budgets. So in other words, if we say we're going to do this project in one so and so, what is the cost of it? What is the budget? Where is the money going to come from? And when is that money going to come? And then the other thing to have is what is called the performance management system. How are we going to know if these things we're planning are being achieved, if people are on target to achieve this? That is called the performance management system. And then a breakdown for this year. What are we going to achieve this year is called the SDBIP. So all of those things must be produced, they must be there. And I want to tell this meeting that in the case of Sakhisizwe, I have not been able to necessarily locate all this. Then another aspect of this is that there are structures that are supposed to exist in Sakhisizwe for building this IDP, because the IDP is not something that you import a textbook from the United States and you copy things and you write there. It must come from the ground, from each ward, and come up from the ground and rise up into local and rise up into district. So now, what did the Auditor General say about this matter? I copied this from the Auditor General. The strategic planning and performance of this Sakhisizwe municipality. This is what they said. The local community was not afforded the opportunity to comment on the final draft of the integrated development plan, in brackets IDP, before adoption, as required by Section 42 of the Municipal Systems Act and the Municipal Planning and Performance Management regulations. And those are the sections that were not compliant. So the local municipality for whom the needs of the IDP must be captured in the IDP was never consulted. The Auditor General continues, the annual performance report for the year under review did not include measures taken to improve performance as required by Section 46(1)(c) of the Municipal Systems Act. So even where performance had been poor the previous year, there was no plan to improve performance going forward. It was not recorded in the IDP and acted upon. The amendments to the IDP were not published for public comment for 21 days as required by the Municipal Planning and Performance Management Regulation. Now, these things are actually stipulated in law. In other words, we cannot be confused about what to do in connection with this. Section 42 of the Municipal Systems Act, sorry, just make this a little bigger, says the following: a municipality, through appropriate mechanisms, processes, and procedures established in terms of Chapter 4, must involve the local community in the development, implementation, and review of the municipality's performance management system, and in particular allow the community to participate in the setting of appropriate key performance indicators and performance targets for the municipality. In other words, you as the community need to know that if this municipality has got a plan, what is it that is going to tell us that this municipality is performing according to plan, scientifically, objectively, and in a measurable form? That is already in the law. That is not something we need to prepare. And this law was passed in 2000, in the year 2000. It's not a new law. It has always been there. Then this system of theirs for municipal planning and performance management says the monitoring, measurement, and review of performance. A municipality must, after consultation with the local community, develop with the local community, develop and implement mechanisms, systems, and processes for the monitoring, measurement, and review of performance in respect of the key performance indicators and performance targets set by it. The mechanisms, systems, and processes for monitoring in terms of self-regulation, 1, must provide for the reporting to the municipal council at least twice a year. 2, be designed in a manner that enables the municipality to detect any indication of underperformance. So the system must tell you that in week 3, I think that 6 months down the line, you're not going to meet the target. So you need to do something to correct it, and there must be evidence that you've done whatever needed to be done to correct that. So all of these things are already documented, and they've been documented for some time. And you can see that the Auditor General had findings, because these are the laws and regulations they didn't pay attention to. Allow the local community to participate in the review process. The community participation in respect of integrated development planning and performance management, both in the planning as well as in the performance management. You must participate as a community. A municipality must afford the local community at least 21 days to comment on the final draft of its integrated plan before the plan is submitted to the council for adoption. Okay? Then there are questions of what structures, if we're going to consult the communities, what structures must be there? And this thing is something we need to check ourselves, whether these structures that they say they are having are the ones that the law says that they are having. As an example, the Chris Hani District Municipality says the following: there must be an IDP, PMS, and budget representative forum. There must be an IDP, PMS, and budget steering committee. There must be a technical IGR meeting, which is meetings with the departments that are operating, intergovernmental relations that are operating in the district, whether it's Department of Social Development, Health, and others. District Mayors Forum, Planners Coordination Forum, IDP Managers Session, Budget Steering Committee. You will see, I took this directly from their document. They say they have 7 structures, but I can't find the 7th one in their own document, in their own planning document. Now, when you look at another municipality, Steve Treasure Municipality, this is what that municipality says. There must be a structure there, an executive mayor and mayoral committee. The composition must be those people. This is the role. I will not go through all of them in detail. There must be council. There must be an IDP technical committee. There must be a secretariat. There'll be an IDP and PMS formula, and these are the stakeholders, traditional leaders, ward committees, of which you fellows must be participating, community development workers, regional and provincial government, representatives of organized groups, stakeholder representatives of unorganized groups, Chamber of Commerce, NGOs, CBOs, agricultural organizations, parastatal organizations. So all of those must be in that forum. The municipal manager, the IDP, PMS manager, the ward committees, and all members. So this is another municipality. This is the committees they believe need to be formed, and I showed you what your district says must be there. So we can talk about that. Then the processes and documented plans and outputs that must come. Before this work of developing an IDP starts, there must be an IDP framework which is developed by the district. It says that each district must develop that, right? And then it says that the Chris Hani District Municipality is responsible for drafting this framework as the Municipal Systems Act highlights. This is what they say themselves, right? And then the Act continues to say what else must be done, what goes into this. And it tells you in detail. Our time is short. I'm not going to go into all the nitty-gritty. Then I told you there must be an IDP process plan, which means by now, at any given time, you must have an IDP process plan where all those structures know on which date what is going to happen and what their contribution must be. As you can see here, the incoming council will develop the 2017 to 2022 IDP and new vision and mission, objectives and strategies, and such be determined and crafted by the clear. But what I want to highlight is that the IDP process plan with clear guidance on institutional will be done in February, which means this period that we're in, there should have been an IDP process plan that was prepared, and it is always prepared whenever the IDP is going to be done. And it must be circulated to all the stakeholders of which you are. So all of that details that. And then I've put here the Municipal Systems Act perspective on this same process that the municipality claims to be involved in. And I will not go into great detail. And then it tells you what is the process to be followed. How must we go about? And again, I've highlighted the local community to be consulted on its development needs, which means we must discover the needs of the community from the community and then discover the priorities. What must be done this year? What must be done next year? What must be done in 3 years? The local community must participate in drafting of the integrated development plan. That is a matter of law, and it has been so since 2000. It's not something we need to propose. Now, with the 2 minutes that I have left, and then another thing is a role for the provincial government to review that. What I just want to say as I close, I think I've said enough to provoke your thoughts. What I want you to be aware of is that there is also this WAD committee, this WAD based planning. Now, the WAD based plans is basically a mini IDP that is prepared by the WAD. It is developed, and then I took one of these plans and said, these are the contents of it. This one was done and approved. It was a WAD, and it was approved in another municipality, and that municipality is Josini, and at the end of it was signed, and then even the conduct details of the IDP officer involved in was there. Now, these IDPs are here. These not what IDPs, WAD-based plans. This one was adopted and approved. It has got about 5 signatures on it. One WAD 10 in Josini. That document is there. Now, let me then, before I go to those ones, show you that the only thing I could find was this document. Let me see if I can open it. When I was looking for a single one WAD plan, one WAD-based development plan, the only thing that I could find was this. I hope it turns out. Here it is in front of you. The other municipalities have got WAD by WAD. This is the only thing that I found related to your municipality. This is almost like a tender. In 2016 or so, they were advertising a tender for somebody to come and develop of what a base plan in Ghana. But 2016 till today, I have not seen. If you peruse their website and you Google as much as you want, it's not easy to find. Maybe these are some of the things that Razi will assist to find and request from them, because this is the base document that says these are all the needs at the local level. It's a mini IDP for the WAD. Then it must consolidate itself and it must be signed. There are people who must sign for it. And then it goes to the IDP for the local municipality. And then it is signed what things have been taken from the ward-based plan to the district. And then those 3 levels of planning are there. Let me stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dada. And you are centering and surfacing quite interesting things there, particularly around access to information and around participation and inclusivity in particular, especially as it pertains to strategic planning, performance assessment, and what the law provides for and what the municipality does. And it's such an interesting, such interesting issues that you bring to the fore. Obviously, drawn from material that you've been able to access, right? That's in the public domain, but that paints a picture of the stated play, right? And the role in which the citizenry in Sakhisizwe play in planning and in performance assessment in particular, and access to information. I just found that quite interesting and very rich. And I'm hoping that it does inform our conversation as we move to the Q&A. Lawson, without wasting much time, let me now bring you in to really just pull through key themes, key issues from the 2 speakers that we've had, and to help us land, but in particular to also bring the notion of progressive constitutionalism, right? And the right that we have as encouched in the Constitution in the conversation. So over to you.
Greetings, thanks. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this. Just want to check that you can hear me clearly.
We can hear you quite audibly, thanks.
Okay, great. Yes, firstly, thanks to Kalusa for inviting CASAC to be involved in what I believe is a very important discussion that we are having here this morning. And I think we have certainly benefited from 2 incredible presentations by the Auditor General, as well as Sandile Swana. I think they've really set out for us the legislative parameters in which local government needs to operate. And I think we are indebted to the Auditor General for taking us through the financial state of affairs in Sakhisizwe Municipality, highlighting some of the key challenges that are faced by that municipality. You know, this is now the 3rd seminar that CASAC has been involved in at the invitation of Kalusa. We participated in 2 previous seminars in August and September last year, where we really focused on the issues of how to promote the notion of community participation in the affairs of the municipality as required by the Constitution and by the legislation, and in particular, looking at how community involvement can be enhanced in the development of the IDP processes that we've just gone through with Sandile. You know, one of the problems that the community in Sakhisizwe has been confronting is the difficulty in accessing basic information from the municipality regarding IDPs, budgets, performance plans and reviews, and a whole range of other information. We've had to resort to formal PIA applications under the Promotion of Access to Information Act. I know Lwazi has lodged a complaint with the Office of the Public Protector to secure the assistance of that Chapter 9 body to assist the community in accessing this information. There has been some success in this regard over a very long period of time. Some documents have now been made available, including the final IDP document. But as Sandile has explained to us, that that is a defective document insofar as it has failed to engage in any meaningful participation along the way. And I think Auditor General, it's also worth pointing out, as you pointed out, that consultants are being hired to prepare the financial reports of the municipality. It is also quite clear that external consultants have also been used to develop the IDP without any reference to the needs of the people and the communities in Kala and Elliot. So I think what we've seen and heard this morning already is the fact that the legislative, the constitutional and legislative scheme for local government is fairly sound. There may be areas in which it can be strengthened, and I'll perhaps touch on one or two of those in a moment. But I think the legislative framework is sound, but it's observed largely in the breach. And if we look at certainly the presentation from Sandile just now, taking us through step by step what the municipality ought to be doing in developing an IDP, we can see in Sakhisizwe that almost none of those steps were adhered to by the council. So there's no community involvement, and that means that there's no accountability. And I think it's this issue of accountability that we have sought to focus on, and has been the focus of CASAC's involvement with Kalusa over the last year or so, is how do we, what mechanisms legal that we can use in order to instill a greater level of responsibility and accountability from the municipality. And that, I think, is a challenge that we face across the country. And I think this is, it's not a problem that is unique to Sakhisizwe in any way. It is a problem that we see across the country, and one only needs to look at the various reports of the Auditor General over the years, the recent reports, in particular, if one looks at the report that the Auditor General recently produced on COVID-19 procurement. One sees the weaknesses in procurement systems across the country at different levels of government, local, provincial, as well as national levels, as well as in state-owned entities. So I think this is it's a national crisis, if you like, that we are confronting, is how do we enhance the notion of accountability and transparency? And I think the two certainly go hand in hand, because without access to information, without those levels of transparency, one is unable to extract accountability in the way that the Constitution certainly envisages. So I think we really need to look at that. And the two things that I just wanted to point out is Auditor General referred to the Section 139 process of potentially placing a municipality under administration and so on. And I think he very correctly points out that this does not always yield success. And I think in Sakhisizwe, we've seen that particularly because there have been administrators brought in, acting municipal managers and CFOs and the like, with no marked improvement in the situation. So whilst the provision is made for such external intervention, it doesn't always produce the results that that we envisage. And I think we perhaps need to look further in that regard. And one of the thoughts that came through my mind as Kimi Makwetu was speaking this morning, of whether there could or should be some sort of oversight role played by the Auditor General's office over any Section 139 intervention, to ensure that proper mechanisms are put in place and the problems are in fact addressed. Because at the moment what we have, it's really just a change of personnel with no real meaningful impact on outcomes or deliverables. So I think that's certainly something I think I would like us to engage upon further. The other issue is, obviously we have local government elections coming up in about a year's time, sometime in the latter part of next year. And I think this is again an area where community organizations and the citizens in the municipality need to be working hard to place demands on the table as those councillors come around seeking re-election or election to office next year, to put a series of very key questions to all of them as to what it is that they are going to do, or to make sure that that happens, to ensure that there is better levels of of performance and service by the municipality. What are they going to do to enhance issues of accountability and so on? But so I think this is an opportunity when these elections do come around for civil society organizations to play a very proactive role in demanding what it is that we want from our municipalities. And the final point I want to make in that regard is related to this notion of public participation, the democratic process. We elect our councillors once every 5 years. As I've said, there's a very clear framework within the legislation as to how communities should be participating on an ongoing basis to give real meaning to the notion of a participatory democracy. But as we see, that's not really happening. So one of the other ideas that I want to put on the table for discussion perhaps is whether we should not also be thinking about an amendment of the electoral system. I know that there's a reform of the electoral system happening at a national and provincial level as a result of the recent judgment of the Constitutional Court. But should we not also be looking at a mechanism to be inserted into the electoral legislation that provides for the recall of councillors, particularly ward councillors, who fail to do their jobs? I think, to having to wait for 5 years before one can have a say at the ballot box is sometimes a little bit too long. And that is as a mechanism to actually put councillors to terms and say that if you do not adhere to the commitments that you have made, that if you do not adhere to the legislative requirements that are there for anyone holding office in the municipality, you will be recalled. So I think this is an opportunity for us to sharpen our minds, put ideas on the table as to how we can use the constitutional and legislative framework that is there to enhance an effective local government system. Let me leave it there for now. Thank you very much.
There we are. Okay, so thank you so much for that summation, Lawson, and for taking, I guess, for pushing the envelope further as well, in terms of the issues that we would like to surface and center in our conversation this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now open the platform over for a conversation with all of you. Lwazi and Batandwa are going to help me to just track the hands that are going to go up. Feel free to just put your hand up. I would like to ask that you first say what your name is and where you are from, where you're based, just by way of helping us just make sense of who's on the platform, where you're from, would also be beneficial. And if it is a specific question to any of the speakers, of the three speakers, please indicate. If it is a general comment, please feel free to share your general comment with us. We also are aware that the issues that we are dealing with here also pertain, they have reference not only to this particular municipality, but they have reference for the many other municipalities where we are located and where we work. And that we don't always have access to the speakers that we have on the platform. And so there is also burning urgency to ask those questions. And feel free to do that, but please be aware and mindful that Sakhisizwe is primarily the municipality of concern for us today. And so I'm going to first bring the AG in. His hand's up, so we're going to bring the AG in first. And then Fanny comes, and then Ayanda, in that order. So let's start with the AG, then Fanny, Ayanda, and I will track the rest of the other hands as they come up. AG, you now have the floor.
Thank you very much, Nondando. No, mine is just a very small reinforcement, having listened to Sandile and Lawson, particularly on the issue of the IDP. And I think there's probably some value, especially in preparation for the conversation that's going to happen in the second half of the day, to really think carefully about this IDP concept, because as Lawson correctly said, it tends to lend itself to a compliance-driven approach, in the sense that, you know, if you have to do it, you are going to do it even if it does not attach any meaning to you. Because the very essence, I think, of the whole concept of integrated development plan, normally it presupposes that there is more than one thing that is being planned, by the very nature of it being integrated development plan, as well as the fact that it is not meant at all times to happen in the one financial year. It may go over multiple years and so on and so forth. But in certain instances, much as people may have the different ideas about the things they would aspire to be done in their municipality, in some cases, these are also not fully funded. At the time that the IDP is being developed, you probably also do not have the resources to see it through as well. Now, I think let's try and mark those key issues as also part of this thing that we are dealing with, because an external service provider who's been brought in as a consultant will do that which is the minimum required to comply with the various sections that Sandile referred to. But here's a catch. And I think the question that we need to deal with also more in detail is, arising from an IDP, do we have an appetite for whether a municipality translates that IDP, for example, into project implementation plans? Let's take an example of a plan in the IDP to upgrade, let's say, or to introduce a wastewater treatment plant as one of the key projects that will be implemented at Sakhisizwe, or the reticulation of water infrastructure to enable access to water in all communities or a number of communities in the municipality. Now that's more a closer to home type of plan. And I think for me, one of the things that never happens in municipalities after they've developed an IDP is to begin to say, among the things we have in the IDP, for example, as I said, is a wastewater treatment works. Now the question is, how much has been budgeted for that? So that the people in the community also understand that this is not just a high level plan, but it speaks to something tangible. What is the budget? Also, what are the activities and milestones that are envisaged in respect to the implementation of that wastewater treatment plant? Because once you know the activities and once you know the milestones, then the people who are behind implementing a project like that will start thinking about who's the service provider that's going to enable this thing to be achieved, because the municipality will not have the technical people to make sure that a wastewater treatment plant is implemented, as well as who's going to monitor it at council. Because each of the councillors, if you look at many councils, some councils are responsible for various things at council. Maybe there may be an infrastructure head who's an MMC in a council. Do we have somebody like that who takes accountability on behalf of council to see to it that the wastewater treatment works is indeed being implemented within the agreed milestones, within the plans, within the activities, as well as how is oversight going to be exercised over the implementation of that wastewater treatment plant? And I think it is something we need to think about, because in the midst of this integrated development plan, we tend to lose sight of the tangible things that ought to be done, and we just focus on, are the laws being complied with, rather than is there a project that is being done, that is properly being supervised. And lastly, when we are going to determine that this wastewater treatment plant is going to as, let's say, 7 million. And I think it's an important point to think about that council, if it is to supervise a project like that, must make sure that the release of the specific 7 million budgeted for that project must be dependent on an agreed project implementation plan where council knows that it will also wrap its hands around that project from an oversight and monitoring point of view. And I think for me, those issues need to be factored in this, because we tend to be dealing with the IDP as this thing that must be done, but we don't know the component what sits there and how to make sure that they are realized. And you might find that in 1 year or in 2 years, something tangible has been achieved because it has been clearly isolated and identified for purposes of implementation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, AG, for that comment. And I do think that perhaps maybe, and I don't want to pose this as a question now, but I will leave it on the table, and hopefully the colleagues might pick up on it. I think I'm interested to understand what kind of document would provide this project plan. Would it be in the SDPIP? And I would also like to just get your sense on whether you've seen any procurement plans, particularly in this municipality, because I would think one would want to look at the IDP, look at the SDPIP, which I'm hoping might have the kind of project-specific planning and detail of the nature that you're referring to. And then look at the procurement plan that one would be able, when they've looked at all of those documents, perhaps maybe to connect the dots. But I would like to also just kind of get your sense on the credibility of these documents and the accuracy of these documents and your experience in looking at these documents across many municipalities, for example. But I don't want to hog the space. I do want to open it up to our colleagues on the platform. And so, Dr. Napai, and I'm assuming that that's you, Comrade Fanny, you now have the floor, and that will be followed by Ayanda, Comrade Ayanda, then you'll come straight after Ufani. And please help me, Batandwa and Ulwazi, just to track for me the hands that have gone up. Comrade Fanny.
Thanks, Nondando. Am I clear?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. I have 4 questions for the AG and Mr. Swana. The first one relates to the item in the financial statements that the AG referred to as something assets of work in progress, something like that, which he says is easily manipulated. Can we get examples of these of instances where this concept has been utilized, and what is the context? That's the first question. Related to that is a question, is whether, I'd want to know whether this is legal or not. Is it allowed in financial management terms to have something that is easily manipulated and abused? The second one is related to the observation in your analysis, AG, about the vacancies that are not closed in the municipality, which affect a number of aspects of the municipality's work. The finance division has 50% vacancy. Supply chain also has vacancies. Now the question for me is, what explanation has been given for these vacancies? Why are they not filled? Then the questions for Mr. Swana. It's in relation to the IDPs. The fact that they, of course, I think we realized when we had our seminar last year, if I'm not mistaken, or early this year, when we had our seminar, that the IDP document was presented as a final document when in fact it had not been circulated for comments to communities. And so we realized that as early as when we were looking at when we had our seminar. But the question I'm having is, in a situation like that where the IDP has not been, the process has not been followed properly, what is the status of that document? Perhaps this question also, I mean, the AG can also comment on this. What is the status of this document? Because there will be expenditure for a document that is not legitimate. Is this not wasteful expenditure? And the legal standing of this document, is it a document that is allowed? And if not, what is it that we can do as communities? Are we allowed to challenge this, and what channels? Then the second question for Mr. Swana is with regard to the IDP, I mean the work-based plans, which are non-existent in Sakhisizwe, and yet the IDP is formulated. And you don't know on what basis is the IDP formulated. But the question is, I mean, the same question. Can the IDP be deemed legal and legitimate when there is no work-based plan or plans? And what is the recourse for communities in such instances?
All right. So I think we captured those questions, right? And I do want to push it slightly further, and also ask, I guess, to you, Mr. Swana, as you deal with the question of, can the IDP be deemed legitimate if it has not been processed and there hasn't been community input, right? And it is passed. And I do want to ask what the implications would be in this particular instance if a challenge is mooted by a community to halt the IDP from being passed and implemented, if the community and civil society felt that they had not participated meaningfully in the design of the strategic plan. So just thinking through what the impact and implications would be. And in the question that Ufane asks next about what-based planning, I think it's also just important to understand whether what-based planning as a process towards the development of the IDP is a legislated mechanism or a legislated step. I mean, one understands the rationale for it, but just so we understand legislatively what our rights and demands could be in relation to what-based plans. Without wasting much time, Comrade Kota.
Oh, thank you, Sis Nondando. Now, my question would be, maybe is it possible for the Auditor General, for Mr. Swana, Lawson, and others that are part of this discussion, to say it will not only be a matter of presentation, the inputs and the depth of knowledge could be escalated to that kind of a case study or a presentation to Parliament. But just to escalate these issues and also to strengthen the struggle of Sakhisizwe currently as part of democratizing that municipality, as part of saying this municipality must be rested in the hands of the citizens. Because I think it would be good. What is happening in Sakhisizwe is what we are seeing in many of our municipalities, according to the report of the AG. So my question really is what do we do? What is the next forward, or what is to be done after this discussion? Can we also venture into that and say, okay, here we are, here are the inputs. These municipalities, I mean, are just failing our people. Yeah, I mean, that will be my question. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, I'm very excited to also hear what the responses will be to this question that you put. And the question is, here's civil society, we're putting our hands up. We want to be involved in strengthening governance in our municipalities. Advise us. What are the progressive game changers, and what are some of the things that we can do to turn this municipality around, but many others like this one around? I see Comrade Loli, where your hand was up just now, and I want to confirm if your hand is up. And if it is, you have the floor. Oh, I am muted. Oh, sorry, colleagues. I had not noticed that I was muted. And so those were the questions that were raised. And AG, let's turn it back to you to respond first.
Thank you very much for the question. Let me start with the one on the assets and the work in progress. You know, when you look at the financial statements of Sakhisizwe, the balance sheet shows under the line item called property, plant and equipment, an amount at the end of the 2019 year of 225 million worth of assets. There's land, there's buildings, there's plant and machinery, there's furniture and fittings within the administrative environment of the municipality. There are motor vehicles, office equipment, and all sorts of assets that add up to this 225. And the last category of items that sit within that balance is the amount of 56 million that I referred to as work in progress. Firstly, work in progress as an item on the balance sheet of any institution is not illegal. What does it tell us? It tells us that up to the end of June of the year on which we are reporting, there is some work that had not yet been fully completed. Let's perhaps use the example I used about wastewater treatment plant. it is possible that the wastewater treatment plant, as an example, if it was sitting in work in progress, the work on it could have been started in March. But it's not going to take 3 months to complete a project like that. It's probably going to take 1.5 years. So all the monies that have been spent up to that point are going to be shown in the books as work in progress, because you are in the process of building a complete asset, which will only be ready for use after 18 months. It is after that 18 months, after you have spent all the money that was available to build that asset, that you are going to remove it from work in progress and show it as a finished product. Why is this important? It is important because a finished product is that product that generates the economic and social benefits that citizens are expecting from it. Whereas while it is still work in progress, you still have people mixing concrete and doing all sorts of things and ordering machinery and steel to bring about a water treatment works. So there is nothing illegal about it. But what is important, what I raised earlier on, is that some people in finance grow clever when they have spent something and they know that it may raise questions, then they just put it under work in progress, because nobody will have a physical access to that particular asset, because it continues to be work in progress. That's what I was talking about when I was talking about possible manipulation of this. Because if you look again at the very same set of accounts, it has an opening balance from 2018 of about 89 million. And then there's a transfer of another amount and new additional expenditure, which gives rise to the balance of 56. Now, when you look at something like that closely, and you want to exercise oversight over the completion of assets, those that are sitting in civil society and the council will be asking questions like, what is this asset that is so long-winded in its completion that we permanently have work in progress? Please come and show us. I'll give an example of this. It was not work in progress in one municipality. It was a project to build community facility. And this municipality, if you look at our report, had already spent at the end of the financial year something like 21.7 million rands. And then we said, as part of the audit, can we please go and see how this particular asset that you claim you've spent 21 million on, how does it look like? So that we can have an appreciation from an audit point of view as to whether what is physically on the ground correlates with the amounts that are accumulated in the books of account. Surprise, surprise. That 21.7 million, when you went and looked physically on the ground, we only found a fence.
The right to say no, she's excellent.
So the point being that it is part of that internal rigor that needs to be put in place to make sure that things like work in progress are not long-winded things that go on forever. Otherwise, somebody must answer the question, what is this asset that's taking so long to complete? Because for as long as it takes to complete, the benefits economically and socially are still deferred because nobody has commissioned that asset into activity. So in essence, it's almost like a car that sits in the service at a garage for a very long time. The bottom line is that the owner of that car is not driving it and is not getting the benefit of it because it's still work in progress at the workshop. That's the context of what I was saying regarding that. And so when you go through the financial statements and you probably do not have that which is needed to analyze them, the people who have got that level of background should be able to say, hey, there's a long-winded work in progress here. What is it about? Where, in which village is this? Or is it in town? Can we go see it? So we can satisfy ourselves that indeed it is true, so that we can minimize the opportunity that others might have to manipulate the balances in the books. Secondly, on the issue of vacancies again, you know, when you've got vacancies generally, they tend to compromise the ability to follow through on internal controls. Because remember, the accounting officer, which is the municipal manager, is charged with the administrative responsibilities of the municipality. So if there are 10 positions in finance, arguably, each one of those positions have got something to do with strengthening controls in the environment. There could be somebody in finance who looks after the bank account. There could be somebody who looks after suppliers. There could be somebody who looks after debtors. And there could be someone who looks after supply chain and all sorts of activities. The longer you've got vacancies in those positions, the more the work that was meant to be done is not being done, which means that the reason for these not being filled in most instances tends to be affected also by the instability that I spoke about earlier on in the municipality, because people will then start fighting about who is suitable to fill a particular position and who is not. In the meantime, they probably have already promised and earmarked that position for somebody who may not necessarily have the requisite competencies to perform the work. And for as long as there are those disagreements and there's instability and then somebody is suspended, now some of those things naturally in most municipalities never really get to a stage where those vacancies are filled. So it is a risk in the sense that it is sometimes driven internally not to fill those positions, and sometimes it is disagreements about who is suitable for the position. And it's worse when people are on different sides. When I spoke about the issue of the administrative and political interface, you might find that the people in the administration have got what they think is necessary for a particular role, but the others who are exercising oversight don't see it that way because they thought it should be somebody different. And those are some of the issues that I think will weigh in on issues of vacancy. Thanks very much. I'll leave the rest for Sandile. I think he's adequately positioned to address the other matters which were raised. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you, AG. Datusona, as we turn over to you, there was a question that was posed on the chat. And this question is asking that we also, as we reflect on the IDP, we also reflect on this proposed district development model, this integrated district development model, the new thing, and just reflect on the extent that it potentially might lead to the kind of change that we desire. And so I'd like to ask, as you respond to the questions that have been posed to you, if possible, that you reflect also on the district development model. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thanks again to the Auditor General. What I would like to say is first of all, these issues are in two components. The one component is the legal component. Now, when it comes to the law, I am more of a bush mechanic. Now, what I know is that, for instance, when the South African government wanted to launch the nuclear power station build program, that program was canned because it was determined that they could not prove that they sufficiently consulted the stakeholders. Now, the situation with municipalities is, unfortunately, a community consultation is stipulated by name in law. So if, and then following that, the IDP adoption process is also stipulated. And beyond that, the IDP is stated again in law that there's a section in the Municipal Systems Act that talks about the status of the IDP. It says the IDP is a binding document. Now, there are a number of stakeholders that need to be consulted. We've already talked about the community, but there's also COGTA that needs to be consulted, then others. So, according to me, once you have failed the due process of creating that document and making it accepted by the various stakeholders, by the time you come with a final product that has not gone through due process, and it is found to be so by the Auditor General, you have legal grounds on which to challenge that document. In this case, you are in that position. In the case of Sakhisizwe, you are in that position. So then the second leg of these things is what I would call developmental studies or developmental practices and development politics of development and so on, which is where I want to dwell on. Now, let's then start at the tail end of this thing that you call a district development model. I think there is another element we have to consider about this. The element is that at this stage, Statistics South Africa, and I showed a little bit the Xalusa conference the last time I spoke, that by now the Auditor General, and not the Statistician General, has got specific statistics about each ward. In other words, you can know how many people have got matric in that ward, how many people earn what amount of salary, a lot of detail about each ward already in the statistics of South Africa, already there. Then that information is the information you're supposed to use to say, in this ward, what are the assets that are in that place? What type of human resources are there? Therefore, what type of development plan could I possibly do? And that needs to be discussed with the local people, which is where this ward-based plan comes from. And the ward committee needs to make a written scientific submission to the IDP process. It's not a question of you being called to a town hall. When people have been drafting something in the office, you need to make a positive submission from your side, which is the ward-based plan. So it is part of that consultation plan. And also, what the Statistician General, and I spent a bit of time with him, the former Statistician General, his complaint is that a lot of the things that are being produced by this government, in fact, from 2005 until today, is that they don't use the hard data that is on the ground to know which rivers are flowing there, what is there in that ward, what is there in that place. So you need a two-way process. You need a national model that says, a top-level model that says, this is how we're going to run the macro system. But that macro system cannot work in Ghana if you don't know word by word what is going on and what things are going well in Ghana in terms of more into cattle farming, and they more into this and more into those details. So personally, I do not have a problem with the word-based system, but a word-based system on its own is not enough. You need a macro system, but the macro system on its own is not enough. It needs to go right down to the ward, to the local municipality, to the district, right up down to the province, and then into the various sectors of the economy at a national level to know that in terms of chicken farming, what is Sakhisizwe able to contribute? And that is based on the material conditions on the ground. So to me, even this concept that was proposed by Xalusa of a people's IDP, the first document that needs to be perfected by Xalusa is the word-based plan. Because what the argument would be, even the legal argument, is that if you have a plan, an IDP, that doesn't speak to any specific word in any detailed and specific manner, and those things that end up in the budget, when we put something there, get a few quotations to see what is this thing going to cost. And then also it speaks to the planning, the project planning and milestones that the Auditor General was raising here. That level of detail, we cannot be superficial and high level. We will never develop anything if we're to, and the law is actually very detailed. So there's a lot of details that we're not attending to. So let me stop there for now.
Thank you, Kakhulu Tata. Sure. Comrade Lawson, anything from your end?
Perhaps just very briefly, a couple of thoughts around the district development model. I mean, I think the first thing I would want to say is that it's not the first time that we've seen such an initiative from national governments to deal with the weaknesses in governance at a local government level. There have been many such initiatives over the years, and none of them has really reaped the rewards that were expected. So I'm not sure that we can expect anything different out of the district development model. Again, this was a model that was first touted, last year in 2019, ahead of the national and provincial elections. There was supposed to be a fast-tracking process to make sure there was an implementation at a pilot level at the very least. Obviously, COVID would have had some sort of impact on that, but in actual fact, the COVID pandemic should have provided precisely the circumstances where that model should have been utilized to integrate the provision by government of essential services to, in particular, vulnerable people and communities during the course of the pandemic. What the model really tries to seek to do is to integrate. There's a sort of vertical integration of government from local, provincial through to national level, and using the district as the epicenter of that development model, and looking at local government as part of the process of local economic development, of employment creation, as well as refurbishing infrastructure. Now, so the aims and objectives are clearly laudable, but again, this is, I think it's another throwing up of the hands by government to say we have to try something new. But unless there's really the political will to do that, and in that process to hold councillors accountable, it's not going to succeed. So it's another one of these grandiose plans that government comes up with, over a range of issues, but seems to be unable to implement. So let me leave it there. Thanks, Sis Nontanda.
Thank you. So such an interesting comment that you raised, that the COVID moment really should have been a moment of testing the efficacy of this DDM moment intervention, in essence of rallying and integrating planning, resource allocation and response. Quite an interesting one. Les, you are going to be the first one in this round. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to take just a few more hands before we pull it to a close. And Les Mikonyama, you are the first one in this round. Lwazi and Batandwa, please just help me to identify the few hands that come up. Les, you go, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you quite audibly.
My name is Lisita Mukonyama, and I'm a PhD student with Rhodes University at the Institute of Social and Economic Research. Firstly, I want to appreciate the wonderful round discussion that we are currently having, and on the presentation that we had. Firstly, also, I'm an urban planner by profession. So I want to start off my contribution by defining planning law, as it can be defined as that area of the law that provides for the creation of a sustainable spatial planning framework, as well as for the management of land use and land development, with the purpose of ensuring the health, safety, and welfare of society as a whole, while taking account of the overarching interests such as the environment and transport. With that, I just want to introduce the spatial planning and Land Use Management Act, which is the single spatial planning system for the country. I want to include this because from the discussion, I heard a few discussions or pointers regarding spatial development frameworks. So spatial planning, SPLUMA, Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act, states that it is to provide a framework for spatial planning and land use management in the Republic, to specify the relationships between the spatial planning and the land use management system and other kinds of planning, to provide for the inclusive, developmental, equitable, and efficient spatial planning at the different spheres of government, to provide a framework for the monitoring, coordination, and review of the spatial planning and land use management systems, to provide a framework for policies, principles, norms, and standards for spatial development planning and land use management, to address past spatial and regulatory imbalances, to promote greater consistency and uniformity in the application procedures and decision-making by authorities responsible for land use decisions and development applications, to provide for the establishment, functions, and operations of municipal planning tribunals, to provide for the facilitation and enforcement of land use and development measures, and to provide for matters connected therewith. To add on to this, spatial development frameworks, SDFs, are interpreted, they interpret the spatial development vision, and they are informed by long-term spatial development visions of the integrated development plan, the provincial growth development strategies, and the national development plan. It represents an integration and trade-offs between sectoral plans, and it guides planning and development decisions across all sectors of government. SDFs also guide this.
Can I plead with you to quickly move to the question, please?
So my question is, from all that the presenters have spoken about, is that there's a link that they regarding SDFs, which by law are considered to be or supposed to be part of the integrated development plan, which I've heard, I haven't heard enough being mentioned of the special development plan. However, also, I've heard that there are questions on how can we have sectoral plans or ward plans, whereas the reason why I suggested or provided this information regarding spatial development frameworks is that it is the one tool that will help to provide sectoral investments for previously disadvantaged areas, as well as strategic development, infrastructure investment, efficient and sustainable investments in all sectors. So I'm just wondering if the presenters are aware of this spatial development framework or SPLUMA as a tool for spatial governance provided based on the spatial principles of spatial justice, spatial sustainability, efficiency, and spatial resilience and good administration. I don't know if there could be, it's unclear enough that there is a tool for spatial development at the sectoral level, but is the municipality aware of that? That's my question. I don't know if,
okay, sure. And I think we're going to pose that question to Tatu Swana in particular, having looked at the IDP in detail, but any other speaker that would want to attempt responding to the sectoral plans, the SDF in particular, as part of the IDP, and whether we've seen it, the quality of that, but not just the SDF, I'd say other sectoral plans, right, that should be part of the IDP. and the quality of those, if we've looked at it at all. So thank you for that question, Les. So in this following order, we'll give the floor to Luyanda Shilangu, and to Umpilo Makiwane. Lwazi, you'll come after Umpilo, and finally it will be you, Fanny, and then we'll turn it over to the presenters. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will be our last round of questions, and then we will take closing comments from our presenters. We have not forgotten that key question that was asked by Ayanda about progressive game changers, catalytic interventions that we as civil society could focus and rally our energy around. And so we will, as our parting question, pose that specifically to each of our presenters. And I would also just ask the presenters to begin thinking about that question as we listen to these ones that are being raised as well. Luyanda, you have.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Luyanda Shilangu. I'm with the Public Service Accountability Monitor in Grahamstown. Just want to appreciate the effort and the presentations from the speakers. Also to ride on Councillor Kumani's lived experience of the disjoint between planning, budgeting, and also the implementation of the IDP and the budget. But my question really will go to Undade Swana regarding the urban-based, the work-based planning. Just want to check its not credibility, but its legitimacy in terms of being a binding document that binds municipalities, considering that it contains input from communities and community members. I'm taking this from an experience that I read through from Brazil and Spain, where local communities and their local government authorities have sat down and agreed to say input from communities are supposed to be binding documents. So whatever that is being said in that session should be considered by the municipality, considering taking into account the limited resources that they are having. So I want to know as well that does the work-based plan IDP also forms part as a binding document towards the overall IDP? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Noted. Bilo, you have the floor.
I hope I'm audible, Program Director.
Yes, say you are.
Yes. I've listened to the presentations that have been made in this particular meeting or session. And I have one lingering question for myself is, you're talking about all these legislative issues, you're talking about, quite a lot of issues that relate to the running of these municipalities. But again, for me, I don't think we've gone back to do a skills audit of those particular municipalities, and to establish whether we've got the necessary capacities to implement what we're talking about here. And secondly, the kind of councillors that you have, are they competent enough to be able to understand and be able to interpret and be able to effect what is presented by a constitution for municipalities? Kimi talks about when he spoke about the Kala municipality, about the skills shortages that are there. I mean, also the skills that are there currently, are they capable or able enough to effect what is supposed to be effected as administrators? Because at the end of the day, you can have people out there who are given these particular positions, but skills-wise, do they meet the necessary required skills? So mine is mainly around that. Do we necessarily have the requisite skills to give effect to the demands of the South African Constitution in relation to local governance? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much for that question, Bilo. And I would assume, right, so we've talked about the rate of vacancies in Sakhisizwe, in finance and supply chain and infrastructure, and so in some of the key departments. But I would assume that below your question wants to ponder more of the quality, the skills and capabilities of the public representatives that we have in these municipalities as well, right? And so I'm also quite interested to hear what the response will be from our panelists. Lwazi, you now have the floor.
Thank you. My question, it's based on Mr. Swana's presentation. I'd like all panelists to respond to it. Now, noting Mr. Swana's presentation that the IDPs produced by Sakhisizwe are not credible, do we think that courts would be reluctant to declare the IDPs invalid? What would be the implications thereof if they were to be declared invalid? Yes, so that's my question.
Thank you so much, Lwazi. I absolutely look forward to that response as well. Fanny, you now have the Comrade Ngapai.
Yes.
You have the floor.
Okay. Well, I'm George Ngogo. I'm with Doc here from Elliott Paralegal. I want to ask to Mr. Swana, because as far as I know, if you check the IDP, as you talk about the word play, there's nothing that happens in Sakhisizwe that goes like that, whereby we use our budget according to the assets that are there and then the needs, especially for the essential services like water and others. So for me, it's not owned, this IDP, by the people. It's just the people, they sit in their offices and plan for the people. For me, for development, it doesn't work like that. It's the people that they must come up with their needs, and then you prioritize the needs of the people. So I was going to ask Mr. Swana, if you have that situation, because that, for me, that situation is not talk to the people. It's just a IDP that developed by somebody who knows everything, and then sit and impose that on top of the people. How do you take it forward in that situation? Thank you.
Thank you very much, George. I'm now going to turn it over to the panelists. And let us start with you again, AG, just responding to the questions that have been raised now.
Thanks once again, Nondando. I like it when the weight of the questions are not in my direction, because then I can also listen to what Sandile is going to say. Let me deal with a very specific one that comes from Bilo. I think Bilo is right that a brutal assessment of our skills in various places is a very, very important thing. Because when I look at quite a number of municipalities in various parts of the country, for example, it is not unusual to find that 72% of the monies made available to that municipality go towards employment costs. Now, that's a very unbalanced picture, because what is left to do the things that ought to be done? And in most cases, you would also realize that there's been a growth in the numbers of people that get employed in many of these places without consideration to what they are going to do themselves. Many come into these institutions to come and, you know, facilitate somebody's interaction with others, or being a gatekeeper for all sorts of reasons, some of which are also to facilitate corrupt practices and those type of things. And I think when you look at some of these things, we might think that we have got people in that institution, but others are just there. I mean, they already are just there in some cases, and you cannot rely on anything that you might ask them. Let me just give one example on the financial management side. You know, we once went to a municipality, and this was a few years ago, and we were asking the person that was assigned the responsibility of a chief financial officer to produce for us an asset register, ASSET, a register of the assets of the municipality. And this person's response was, we don't really have an ACID register, you know? And we wondered, you know, what kind of an accountant is this that will not immediately land on an asset register as what is being required? In their mind, they were thinking about a register where all sorts of assets, I don't even know what assets they had in mind as a chief financial officer. And that triggered, of course, it's not a widespread thing, but it was a contained, isolated example. So that was just one part. Then the other part is we often get our financial statements at the end of August. One municipality within Chris Hani District came to present to us and to the audit committee on the 30th of August of that year, their financial statements which were being submitted to us for audit. And we asked whether these financial statements had been looked at by the internal audit function. Now, the internal auditors of any institution are required to be the eyes and ears of that institution to make sure that nothing gets reported in ways that are not in compliance with the financial regulations. Guess what? These people that were in this internal audit function, all they were preoccupied with was to edit the financial statements rather than audit them. I say this because their major preoccupation was to look for spell checks on the descriptive items that make for the elements of financial statements. That kind of gives you a sense, Mbilo, in just certain isolated areas, what you often have. And in most instances, a person coming into an environment to perform that function, it gives you the impression that the due diligence process was not undertaken. The barriers to entry are very low in some places, because now suddenly this municipality becomes an employment agency rather than an institution that is geared towards attracting people with the requisite skills to perform the functions that a municipality is set up for. So there's no doubt that the area of scrutinizing the kind of skills that are there rather than the vacancies in isolation is quite a pointed and very important issue. But I think lastly for me, if I may also, in terms of the key game changers, we have to ask the question as a start, because much as we are not chasing money and we are chasing development, but we've got to always keep at the back of our minds the question, is the money placed at the disposal of our citizens in our municipalities being managed judiciously? And I think we must unpack what we have in mind when we say this, because there's no shortage of flow of these allocations year in and year out. But we've got to ask the question, is it managed judiciously? And there was a question that was saying, what should civil society do? I think civil society must ask this question all the time. Who in this municipality at the level of council down makes sure that we pay for value derived? because clearly there's the context here that whatever gets sent to us in the form of equitable share is transferred from the National Revenue Fund, to which all of us contribute, including the loans that our government goes and raise on our behalf, which have got their own implications for a different conversation, I guess. But the question is this money that gets reported on year in and year out being used judiciously, even before we understood what the audit opinion is? And I think that must be a question that preoccupies people who are interested in the activities of these institutions, because they open their doors daily on the understanding that they are going to do things for various communities. But the question must always be, if this is used and spent judiciously, then we will be able to talk about what plans are you spending against, how are these plans put together, who looks after them, all of that kind of rigor, I think could be the starting point. And I think it will not translate into real answers immediately, but if there's that connection between that institution as well as the civil society as a start, maybe people will think differently when they commit the resources of these institutions to projects that may not deliver anything, or before they employ people who do not have the minimum competences required to perform certain functions. I'll leave it there. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, AG. Tatuswana, let's turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. I think these questions are quite pointed. Let me start off with the legal fraternity that has tabled questions here, legal questions. Let's remember that, let us accept, I mean, there are findings already that the processes that were followed to get these IDPs adopted left out certain sections of the law. They did not comply. That is a given. Now, when the court makes a decision, the court will make a decision to say the legislators at the municipality must remedy this, and they must put proper processes to remedy the situation and give them time to do so. Now, obviously, there are serious implications, such as was asked by Dr. Napa here, that ask whether those monies, was it fruitless and wasteful expenditure, irregular expenditure, and so on. I cannot answer those questions. But what I am sure of is that it is highly irregular and unacceptable to skip any of those stakeholders, especially the community, when you are preparing an IDP. So let's leave it there. You guys must get a proper legal opinion on that. Then the other issue here of the sector plans and the spatial planning and all that. What is true, let me preface this in this way. When I interact with these municipalities, there are people employed there. Part of their job that they've developed, which is not the lawful job that they're employed for, is to cook community participation. In other words, they will have some form of records that prove that they consulted the community about what must happen. The special plan, every municipality is aware of a special plan. Kala is not a new town, it's a very old town. There's been special planning for several decades related to that town. Everybody knows there's special plan. And there's a list of sector plans. LED is one of them, disaster management is one of them. There's a number of these plans that are in place. Now, these plans, to me, have got a huge credibility problem. The credibility problem is that they do not take, first of all, concretely what is in the word and what vision and quality of life people are thinking about for their future themselves on the ground. It doesn't. Some of the issues that when I've been there in Ghana, for instance, on the water solutions to that area, the availability of springs up in the mountains, the river, and so on. There are plans that were made for those things to see what is the best way of supplying water to Ghana that the municipality has been ignoring probably for more than 15 years or so, and so on and so forth. So the problem here is not even the technical competency to prepare these plans. The problem is that these sector plans are not based on the objective reality on the ground, more especially on what the people want. Now, on the issue of the skills as well, I want to add this because there was a question in Parliament about the skills of these municipalities, and a report was then tabled. I think at the time, Zwelim Kize was the Minister of Local Government, where it was discovered that most of these municipalities, as an example, don't have a person who qualifies to be a proper CFO. Others don't have a person who qualifies to be. So the issue of the skills audit at the municipal level, to a certain degree, has been done. It is known where the skills gaps are. The question is that politically, there has been strong opposition to actually enforcing the minimum competency requirements, because for you to occupy senior positions in the municipality, you are supposed to pass a certain very specific certificate which contains certain courses. And people, since this was proposed, I think in 2007, since you have started to be trained in 2007, till today, government has not been able, COPTA has not been able, and National Treasury has not been able to enforce minimum competency requirement in the municipal sector. Now, in conclusion, what I want to say is to repeat what I said to you earlier on. The reason why I am approaching this presentation and the talk in this way is that I have accepted that the documents that are in the municipality are not evidence-based. In other words, they don't land on the ground. They're not talking about actual things that are there in CAD. They are not grounded, those documents, whether it's the special plan or any other plan. So what I'm studying here is the process that actually produces this document, to see what can be done to improve that process and what can civil society do to safeguard that process, so that that one is actually a process that we can rely on and utilize. And that is what we are going to be focusing on. And the last remark is this one. When it comes to these ward-based plans, number one, somebody has just been awarded a PhD at the University of Pretoria, writing his PhD on the ward-based plans in municipalities. So we cannot come up with stories that this thing doesn't exist and that it is not legitimate or whatever. The fact that in Ghana and in other municipalities it is not being implemented does not make it illegitimate. The one that I was looking at, one of them, let me put it that way, at Josini, which was adopted. It was signed by the ward councillor, signed by the municipal manager, and signed by the IDP manager. And it also separates issues that go into the district IDP versus those that remain in the local IDP. And it is adopted. And because I said earlier on, the IDP itself is a binding document, the output of the ward committee, which is a minimum requirement in terms of the Municipal Systems Act, that you must have the ward committee giving input. And the input that the ward committee gives is this ward-based plan for their ward only. So I'll leave it there for the time being.
Nkosi kakhulu Tata, we appreciate your input, really thought-provoking responses that we're receiving from you. Comrade Lawson, anything from your end?
Thank you again. The benefit of coming last is that all of the questions have already been answered very well, so it leaves me with very little to say. But I just want to pick up on Luazi's question about the possibility of a declaration of invalidity with regards to the IDP, given the fact that it didn't follow due process. I think there would be, from a legal perspective, probably strong grounds to bring such an application and have the IDP set aside. But I think it's also a question of strategy in this regard, and what is it that we're actually aiming to achieve here. It can be a very long, laborious, and costly exercise to seek recourse in the courts. In the circumstances, I'm certainly at this stage not convinced that litigation would be a suitable or an appropriate avenue to follow. As I pointed out earlier, we have a local government elections coming up in a year's time, and we need to mobilize the community in that regard and to put various demands from Kalusa and other civil society organizations on the agenda for that local election campaign. And I think one of the things that has got to be at the top of those lists of demands, and this has come through in a number of instances in the course of the discussion this morning, that we need meaningful participation in the workings of local government, and not just a tick box exercise whereby you hire a consultant to develop an IDP, and they go through a very formal process of doing so without any meaningful public participation. So that's something I think we need to prioritize. And the last point I want to make, somebody asked the question is, well, what is it that civil society can and should be doing? And I think what's become clear again from this conversation is that we have to keep asking the difficult questions, keep seeking to hold people to account until we get the right answers and until we get the right people in place with the requisite skills to be able to deliver efficient services at a local government level. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Comrade Lawson. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that really lays a firm foundation for our afternoon conversation as we sit around the table and ponder next steps and ponder what we do and where we invest our energy. And I like that our speakers have already begun to caution us on avenues we may already be exploring that might not be as fruitful in terms of shifting the state of play in Sakhisizwe in particular at this point in time, but also just thinking through what other avenues we could explore might be. And so I think that already lays a firm foundation for our afternoon conversation. Without wasting much time, I'd like to take this opportunity to really thank our speakers and our panelists this morning. I'm sure I speak for all of us when I say we've benefited richly from the conversation that we've had. And I've just loved the simplicity of the manner in which you have shared the information with us this morning, just taking us through some of the key aspects and the key issues that we should be looking at in conversation about the state of governance, state of finance management, and the deterioration in this particular municipality. Without wasting much time, the program has been built such that it allows us to grab lunch and to have a comfort break and to really reflect a little bit on this morning conversation as we ease ourselves into the afternoon conversation. And so I'm aware that many of our colleagues who have joined via the Facebook portal and are on handheld devices have struggled to raise their hands. I think as we move towards the afternoon conversation, we're going to look into the technicalities of that and how best we facilitate your participation in this conversation, even via that particular platform. So without wasting much time, let me now just thank all our speakers on behalf of Kalusa and the partners on this platform, and bring back Prof. Nsebeza for the last 5 minutes or so, because you were cut in the beginning, Prof. It just seems proper to bring you back to conclude this first session for us. And so without wasting much time, over to you, Prof.
Okay, well, thanks. Yeah, I'm sorry, I was cut off, and I've been advised that I shouldn't use my camera. So you won't see me, you'll hear my voice. I don't have much to say. I mean, other than just thanking the presenters. I don't think I missed much. And I heard the AG and whatever I missed in the earlier part, I managed to catch up during question and comment time. I'm going to participate in the afternoon event, and I think that I would rather reserve my comments to after my presentation, question time, and at the end now of the afternoon session. Because the two sessions now are two sides of the same coin. And the afternoon is going to focus on initiatives that have been embarked upon by the Sakhisizwe Civil Society Structures Forum, both at the legislative level and at the level of civil society. And I'm going to talk about civil society intervention, whilst our colleagues in the Center for Applied Legal Studies at WITS are going to, and Lwazi, are going to focus on the litigation aspect. So I think I should sort of limit my comments to that and say more in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we come back at 2 o'clock, right? So, Batandwa, if I've got my time wrong, please very quickly write on the chat, Batandwa. But based on the program that we have, mine says that we're back at 2 o'clock. It's now just before 1 o'clock. Please feel free to stretch your legs, have a comfort break, and let's regroup, rally back, so that by 2 o'clock, we're all back sitting and engaging and ready for the next session. To our speakers, thank you very much. AG, appreciate that you were able to commit this time to be with us. Dr. Swana, we're so honored. Lawson, thank you very much. To all of you, we're honored. Thank you. Lwazi, I don't know if you want to leave the platform, or should we just stay on and let ourselves remain muted? How would you want us to handle it?
I want to leave the platform open, and then people can just come in whenever they're ready. But I'll leave it online the whole time.
All right. Thank you very much. So, colleagues, just feel free to mute yourself.
Sorry,
yes.
I had planned to be in the first session. I've got something else in the afternoon, but thank you very much for the opportunity. I will take leave of you now. Thanks very much.
Thank you, AG. Thank you. We absolutely understand. Tatuswana, we understand also if you need to rush, but we will leave the platform on. Feel free, just mute yourself, mute your mic, and go do what you need to do for the next hour. We'll get back again at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
"12 people that have already joined, and we are 4 this side, so we are 16. Should we start, or should we wait for 5 minutes more?
Maybe let's wait for 5 minutes.
Okay. Afternoon, everybody. We are to begin the second session of our seminar. And I get that paper. Yes. Now, we have three speakers. In fact, it's 4 speakers that we will have in this session. And And this session follows the earlier session, which in which we listened to presentations by people who were looking at challenges, performance of the Sakhisizwe municipality from a finance point of view and the implementation of programs through the IDPs. Now these were people who were bringing in expert information, the Auditor General and Mr. Swana. Now this session is going to look at people from the other side of the equation, people who are at the coalface, civil society, how it responded or is responding to the challenges. We are also going to listen to the legal team that Kalusa works with in terms of approaching this from the legal point of view. So we are going to look at that. But before we get into that, let me just give a brief background to this session and the role of civil society in this. We'll remember that protest started in 2018, whereby residents protested about certain issues around the municipalities, service delivery, transparency on tenders, projects that were not moving, that the municipality was supposed to be implementing. So this started in July 2018. And as Kalusa, we took a decision to, initially we're not involved, we're caught by surprise by the developments, but we took a decision to participate, and we noticed that there were few organizations that were leading this process, and we felt that this should be a process that is discussed by the residents and civil society organizations broadly in Sakhisizwe. So in October, we started organizing meetings as Kalusa to develop a platform where civil society organizations and community people could talk about the challenges that we were faced with. And we had a series of meetings for ourselves, that is civil society organizations and communities, but also meetings with the municipality, the councillors and the officials. In December 2018, myself and Professor Nsebeza wrote an article in which we were reflecting on the developments and the challenges of Sakhisizwe. And a key point that we were raising there was the issue of accountability of the municipality, of politicians and councillors. Lack of accountability, in fact, and I'm happy this has come up also in the earlier session today, particularly Mr. Swana and the Auditor General have raised this sharply, the lack of accountability of the municipality. And in 2019, a decision was taken that there should be a process of making communities aware of their role and structures of civil society in municipal processes. And this was implemented through the seminars. That is the process of making communities aware of their role. So we had a series of seminars, the seminar series, quarterly seminar series that we ran last year, which is part of this now. Whilst running with that process, we also implemented 2 other strategies. That was the awareness raising strategy, but we also had a strategy of mobilization of communities through the community meetings, through the meetings with civil society structures, and in which we engage the municipality. And the third strategy has been the mounting of a legal strategy. As I indicated at the beginning, we have 2 speakers that are going to focus on these 2 areas of work. The civil society mobilization and awareness raising, as well as the legal strategy. Now, before getting into the speakers, let me ask Lwazi to give us a brief background to the legal strategy. I've given an overview of how this process started and the strategies that we implemented, including in those strategies, has been the legal strategy. Now, the first speaker is going to talk on the legal strategy. Lwazi should give us a background to this strategy. Thank you. Over to you, Lwazi.
Okay, thank you, Doc. As you've already mentioned, Doc, that this process was led by civil society, trying to get to the bottom of the crisis in the municipality. So our approach was that we should initiate communication with the municipality. So what we did was to write several letters to the municipality, inquiring about the situation and trying to requesting information that would help us get to the bottom of the crisis at the municipality. So several letters were sent to the municipality. These were not responded to until we decided to escalate things to a higher level to the MEC, and we requested the MEC to intervene in the state of governance of the municipality, because it seems like the municipality is not committed to working with the community or to uphold the rights of the community, such as responding to communication from civil society. The MEC did not respond to that. Time went. We wrote to the Premier. The Premier also did not respond. We resorted to the Office of the Public Protector. That also had its challenges. We reported maladministration. We were saying that the Public Protector should look into the state of governance of the municipality, because there were several allegations that were in the public domain, which the municipality was not responding to. So we thought the Office of the Public Protector would compel the municipality to respond to our correspondence. That took about 6 months, but we did not get the response we desired from the Office of the Public Protector. The municipality committed to responding to us and giving us information requested. That was one approach. So we also lodged an application in terms of the Promotion of Access to Information Act, requesting from the municipality specific documents which we thought would help us to understand the state of the crisis. But those documents were not given to us at that moment. The buyer application period lapsed and the municipality had not responded within the 30 days. The only response we got was that the matter has been referred to the mayor and the acting municipal manager at that time. So the acting municipal manager came as a result of us following up on the MEC to intervene in the state of the municipality. We were saying the municipality must be placed under administration because basic services were not being delivered, among other things, and the roads were in shambles. The MEC requested us to give him some time as he was intervening in the municipality. This was after the provincial elections. This was after the general election after August last year. Yeah. So the MEC intervened and placed an acting municipal manager. We were hoping that the acting municipal manager was going to reach out to us because the MEC said that he wants us to work with him. So the reasonable expectation was that the acting municipal manager from COGTA would come to us and engage us on what we think the issues are and put us in the light. But that did not happen, and that municipal manager left towards the end of September last year. Another municipal manager was placed at the municipality by the Department of Cooperative Governance. He's still there. So at the beginning of this year, we followed up on the municipality regarding the buyer application, but no response was received till the lockdown. But before the lockdown started, we decided that we should seek legal assistance that would help us to place the municipality under administration, because we have exhausted any attempts at engaging the municipality and they have yielded no fruits. So that is why today we are now pursuing the Section 139 route, Section 139 of the Constitution. We think that the municipality should be dissolved and placed under administration in terms of Section 139. Part of the duties of the administrator would be to find any irregularities that have been committed by the incumbent leadership of the municipality. But let me hand over to Ms. Ariella She. She's from the Center for Applied Legal Studies, and she's an attorney that she's working on this issue. So Ariella, you can take over.
Thanks so much, Vazi, and thank you, Chair. And generally, just on behalf of CALS, the organization that I work at, we wanted to thank our colleagues at Talusa for involving us in today's seminar. And as Vazi said, my name is Ariella. I'm an attorney in the Homeland and Rural Democracy Program at the Center for Applied Legal Studies. We're a law clinic that deals primarily with strategic human rights issues. And we're based at the University of Witwatersrand in Johannesburg. So we're really excited to be here and to be part of this really important conversation. So thank you. So Vazi has given a bit of a background to what the purpose of the instructions from Talusa to us at CALS was. But I want to give a bit more of a theoretical background to explain what the purpose of what Vazi referred to as this Section 139 of the Constitution intervention is. So just the theoretical and constitutional background is that our Constitution, as we know, it sets out the structure for the state, and it divides our South African state into three primary institutions, three branches of the state. We know that that's the judiciary, the executive, and the legislature. Now, when we're dealing with the executive, it operates on the basis of the principle of cooperative governance. So there's cooperative governance between the three levels of government, the national, provincial, and local spheres. And the Constitution says specifically that those spheres are distinctive, interdependent, and interrelated. So all levels of government are enjoined to ensure the well-being of all persons within South Africa through effective, transparent, accountable, and coherent government. But generally, the system of cooperative governance means that each of those spheres of government, the national, the provincial, and the local, is largely left to do its job by itself. Specifically local government, which is what we're dealing with today with specifically the Sakhisizwe Municipality. Local government is largely shielded from intervention by the other levels of government. But then in the Constitution, we've got this really big exception, which is in Section 139, and that's the basis for which we're looking for an intervention in the Sakhisizwe Municipality. Because what as Lwazi has laid out, what we're saying is that the municipality has reached a state of dysfunction and disrepair, such that local government perform its duties. So the legal route, without getting too technical, the legal route that we are in the process of following is that in Section 139 of the Constitution, it provides for various options for an intervention by, firstly, the province, where local government is failing in some way. So some of those interventions are considerably less drastic. It can be that the province kind of writes letters to the local municipality. It can be that if there's a specific area of municipal delivery that's not being met, that the province can overtake that very specific area, for example, if it's health provision or water provision, and it can be quite a localized intervention like that. The problem that we're facing in the Sakhisizwe Municipality is that it's not a localized problem. The dysfunction is widespread across all aspects of municipal service delivery. And so in those kinds of instances, what the Constitution does is that it gives us two options for a drastic intervention in the municipality. So the first option is in the instance where the municipality cannot or does not fulfill an executive obligation in terms of the constitutional legislation. That's Section 139(1). And the options there again go from less drastic to most drastic. Most drastic would be the widespread intervention by the province in the municipality. And the option in that instance is that the province actually dissolves the municipal council and imposes an administrator to conduct the municipal affairs until such time as it's felt that the municipality can get back to working for itself and performing its duties in terms of the Constitution. So that's the first option for this widespread intervention. So it's where the municipality basically is not doing its job in terms of the constitutional legislation. The other basis for the intervention is Section 139(5) of the Constitution. And this is a little bit more specific. So what Section 139(5) says is that where the municipality, as a result of a crisis in its financial affairs, so here the dysfunction is necessarily tied to a financial crisis. So because of a crisis in its financial affairs, if the municipality is in serious or persistent material breach of its obligations to provide basic services or to meet financial commitments, then the province may also institute a widespread intervention in the form of one of the options is also dissolving the municipal council and imposing an administrator. Sorry, Chair, just to let you know, if you're asking a question, your Zoom is on mute. But if it wasn't directed at me, then I'll carry on. So we've got Section 139(1), which is the general failure to perform its constitutional duties by the municipality. We've also got Section 139(5), which is where there's a financial crisis that has led to, among other things, the failure by the municipality to perform service delivery obligations. So those are the two major instances of dysfunction or malperformance by a municipality that allows a province to intervene in that municipality. And what we also know is that that's from the Constitution. There's also legislation. This morning we discussed a lot about the Municipal Finance Management Act the MFMA also has its own versions of this kind of intervention. So between the constitution and legislation, we've got lots of avenues for intervention in a dysfunctional municipality. And I'm not going to go into the detail of what the dysfunction constitutes in the Sakhisizwe municipality because Lwazi has referred to it. But we know, as I've said, that the dysfunction is very widespread. It relates to failure to perform service delivery, failure to perform general municipal functions, as well as an indication that there is some sort, at least, of financial crisis. So we've got indications that meet both of those forms of intervention. The problem, as Wazi also alluded to, is that Galusa and subsequently with the help of KELS has been attempting to receive documents that are relevant to determining the extent of this function from the municipality now for a long time. And the municipality is just not complying. It's not providing us with all of the documents that we've asked for. And without those documents, we can't properly assess the extent of the dysfunction. So we know that there's dysfunction in the municipality. That's quite clear for everyone to see. But what we want to be able to do is to back up those very strong allegations and show how widespread that dysfunction is. And we're still waiting on some of those documents. So what we decided to do was to firstly write to the Premier of the Eastern Cape and his COGTA MEC. So we wrote to them on the 11th of May this year. We outlined what we see as the dysfunction in the municipality. We outlined why we see that as being the municipality not performing its duties in terms of the constitution. And so we requested a widespread into the Sakhisizwe municipality. As I said, that was on the 11th of May this year. We eventually received a response from the Premier on the 23rd of June this year. And what the Premier said is that he had instituted one of the lesser forms of intervention in the municipality. He had, him and his COGTA MEC had ensured that the municipality had a turnaround plan, that they had seconded an acting municipal manager to the municipality. And as a result, what the Premier said to us was that he didn't see a basis for the widespread intervention that we were asking for, that he was not going to intervene in the municipality in a way that meant that he would dissolve the municipal council and appoint an administrator. So obviously we were very dissatisfied with that response because he might have outlined all of these lesser interventions that the province has implemented, but we don't see any effect of those interventions. And to us and on our instructions from Galusa, it's quite apparent that the municipality is still so dysfunctional that the municipal council. So we responded to him and we said, okay, but if you, excuse me, if you've instituted these various interventions, can you give us the relevant documents that outline firstly how the extent of those interventions, who these people are that are involving themselves in the municipality on behalf of the province? Can we access this turnaround plan that you say has been drafted? And also, and most importantly, can we have a progress report to show us how this intervention has progressed, if it has? We asked the Premier of the Eastern Cape for those documents in a letter on the 29th of June. And despite various follow-ups, unfortunately, we never received a response. So all that we have is allegations by the Premier of the Eastern Cape that he's intervened and that he doesn't feel a further intervention is necessary, but we aren't able to assess his allegations because he hasn't given us the documents we've requested. So obviously we were dissatisfied with that, and as well clients, Alusa. So we decided to proceed even further. And now, as I said, there's cooperative governance in terms of the constitution. You have local government, you have provincial government, and you have national government. And all of them are responsible for essentially ensuring that South Africans are getting service delivery. So even where the province hasn't acted, there's another opportunity in terms of the constitution in section 139 for national government to intervene where a province has failed to intervene. So this is specifically, it's not for the widespread problems. This is specifically for where the service delivery is being impacted by a financial crisis. If that's the case, if a municipality is dysfunctional because of a financial crisis and the province has failed to intervene, even though it had the power to, then national government and the Constitution specifically says that national government must intervene. That's Constitution section 139(7). So what we decided to do was then escalate our request. And so on the 9th of September, we then wrote to the Minister of Cogta, who is the relevant cabinet member in the national executive. And we outlined the whole process of what's been happening with the dysfunction in the Sakhisizwe municipality, of our request to the Premier's response, then the Premier's subsequent failure to provide us with the extra documents that he was relying on so that we could assess his response. So we wrote to the Cogta minister, and at the end we said to her that we still believe that the municipality is sufficiently dysfunctional to warrant an intervention by provincial or now national government, because now provincial government has demonstrated that they're not going to exercise their powers. So we made that request, as I said, on the 9th of September. We want to give all of the relevant government officials a reasonable time to respond to our requests. So we've given the Cogta minister until the 9th of October to respond. So we're in the process of waiting for her to respond. But just to outline kind of how we envision the way forward, if the Cogta minister responds and refuses our request that she intervene in the municipality, we envision that our next step could be approaching the courts. And this is something that's quite new in the context. I'm not sure if Comrade Ayanda Korte is back on the call, but he was here this morning. And his organization, the Unemployed People's Movement in Makana, had a really, really big win in a court case in which they asked the court to intervene in the municipality because provincial government had demonstrated that they weren't going to intervene. And in that case, the court actually acceded to that request. And the court itself, intervened in the municipality, dissolved the municipal council. And so what we see happening is that if, as we've had the province decline to intervene, if now national government also declines to intervene, we believe we'll have a fairly strong case to approach the courts and make a similar request. Again, we know that we're limited by the fact that the municipality is not giving us these documents that we keep requesting. But our position is also that its failure to give us these documents is just simply a further indication of the dysfunction in the municipality. So that's something that we realize might be seen as a weakness, but we don't want, it's not our fault, it's the municipality's fault, it's a further indicator of the dysfunction, and that can't be used to completely refuse our entire request. So that is the way we would see it going forward, depending on the answer that we receive from the national minister. We know that in the UPM case in Makana, the court said that there's a very high threshold that we would have to meet to enable a court to intervene in a municipality, because generally the court shouldn't be involved in the governance of the day-to-day governance of municipalities. But if we can demonstrate that the province should have intervened but hasn't, and that also national government should have intervened but hasn't, we hope that we would be able to demonstrate to the court that they're really our last resort, that the people of the Sakhisizwe municipality have been asking in all the right places for assistance, and thus far everyone has refused them. So that's the way that we see this going forward. Obviously it would be a lot easier, and we would really welcome the Cogta minister acceding to our request. So we're waiting for the next 2 weeks or so for her response, and we'll proceed from there. But that's to outline the legal strategy at the moment, and I'm happy to take any questions that might arise. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ariella. Maybe let's give Prof. Tsebeza a chance to make a presentation, and then we'll open up questions.
Okay.
Over to you, Prof.
Good. Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Fanny, and good afternoon, people participating in this afternoon session. As I said in the morning, I've been advised not to use the camera. I've been advised not to use the camera, so I'll just talk. You won't see me. Apart from litigation, the civil society structures of the Sakhisizwe municipal area, who by the end of 2019 had established themselves as the Sakhisizwe Civil Society Structures Forum. And for short, now I use the term the forum. They focused on two things. The first was to put pressure, mainly through letters, to the Sakhisizwe municipality, demanding their right to active participation in the affairs of the municipality at the level of both policy formulation and implementation. We heard this morning that this is, in fact, the right of civil society. We heard that from the Auditor General, that civil society has a right to participate across, from formulation to implementation. And the second aspect that the forum focused on was the development of a civil society driven IDP process that would culminate in the formulation of what the forum referred to as the People's IDP. My presentation this afternoon will tackle the latter point, the People's IDP. The process that was envisaged was that research and fieldwork would be conducted among the various communities making up the Sakhisizwe municipality. This municipality comprises two village towns of Kala and Elliot, the so-called communal areas, which are the rural areas that fall under the control of traditional authorities. And here in the Sakhisizwe area, these areas are dominated by headmen, and there are only two chiefs. And this Xhosa of these areas are called Ilali. And then the fourth component of Sakhisizwe are commercial farms, maplas. In each of these areas, research will be conducted, collecting data on the following. 1, resources available. 2, the utilization of these resources. 3, the livelihoods of the people. 4, their challenges. And fifthly, and lastly, how they were addressing these challenges. So in some ways, we didn't want to adopt an approach where people saw the IDP as a place where they can just complain, talk about their complaints. We tried to balance things by finding out what they have, what they are doing, and build from what they have and what they are doing. Data collected would then be analyzed with the purpose of drafting the People's IDP. This document would be presented to the municipality as a contribution from civil society in discussions that would lead to the drafting of the IDP of the Sakhisizwe municipality. Research in a few areas had been started when the pandemic COVID-19 struck and lockdown was declared towards the end of March this year, 2020. And this put things to a virtual standstill. However, by May, the forum, through the use of social media and electronic facilities at its disposal, had come up with a vision of how the global disaster could be turned into an opportunity to transform the Sakhisizwe municipal area in ways that could not have been anticipated. The expression used by the forum to capture this apparent contradiction was the proverb, every cloud has a silver lining. And this meant that the disaster could be turned into an opportunity to restructure and transform the Sakhisizwe municipal area into an egalitarian entity for the good and benefit of all its citizens. In this regard, the forum envisaged a critical role for the municipality. In terms of the South African Constitution and the 1998 White Paper on Local Government, post-1994 local government is supposed to play a developmental role through integrated development planning. This requires municipalities to coordinate all development activities within their areas of jurisdiction. This coordination should be visibly expressed in the IDP document that we talked about a lot this morning. The forum went further and concretized their vision into their version of how the IDP of Sakhisizwe should concentrate on in the era of the COVID-19 pandemic and beyond. In essence, the forum presented for consideration by the Sakhisizwe municipality the people's IDP and, crucially, a program of action. Let me draw from the document which was sent to the Sakhisizwe municipality and various departments at provincial and national level. In that document, the forum noted, firstly, that the Minister of Finance had implored municipal council to pass a special adjustment budget to address the COVID-19 pandemic by providing beds for people who, one, have been tested and are awaiting results, and two, those who have been identified as positive and who needed hospitalization. In this regard, the forum proposed that the Department of Public Works, the Sakhisizwe municipality, the Departments of Health and Education should work jointly to, one, renovate existing health facilities in the Sakhisizwe municipal area and ensure that they comply with the requirements demanded for treating the virus. Two, identify unused and underutilized state properties in the municipal area and renovate and upgrade them to meet the requirements for dealing with the pandemic. This included schools which at the time were closed. Given that clean water is vital in combating the virus, the forum proposed that this age-old problem in the Sakhisizwe municipal area be given top priority, with the district municipality, Chris Hani District Municipality, and the Department of Human Settlements, Water and Sanitation taking a leading role to ensure that there is a research-informed, sustainable plan for water provision for domestic use and irrigation. Support for the production of food as opposed to distributing food parcels, both for the purpose of staving off hunger following the immediate aftermath of the lockdown, and also for purposes of stimulating the economy was also proposed. The Sakhisizwe area has an abundance of land which can be used to produce food, not only to feed its population, but to sell and exchange outside the area. This area was and is a hub of agricultural activity. With the South African economy reeling from the effects of COVID-19, reducing the prospects of jobs to a bare minimum, food and livestock production are, in the opinion of the forum, bound to play a role in transforming the Sakhisizwe area and also similar areas, surrounding areas. The Department of Rural Development and Land Reform, Agriculture and Social Development, with the facilitation of the municipality, are seen by the forum as critical departments. A land audit of the entire Sakhisizwe municipality, both in the two towns and the rural areas, should be conducted, and this should be followed by research on land use in the area. Infrastructure development, specifically roads that will facilitate not only linking villages and farms with the two towns of Cala and Elliot, but within the villages and the two towns, was also proposed as something to embark upon by the forum. Forum also recommended the improvement of infrastructure, arguing that this will facilitate agricultural development in rural areas. At the moment, rural producers make losses, especially in summer, as they cannot sell their produce due to bad roads that make it almost impossible for producers to market their produce outside their localities. There were short and long-term benefits that the forum envisaged, which are still relevant as I speak. First, the Sakhisizwe municipality must ensure that the virus is combated. And when I talk about the Sakhisizwe municipality, I am referring to the municipality as defined in the constitution, comprising of politicians, administrators, and civil society. So it's still our responsibility to ensure that the virus is combated. The virus is still with us. We have to keep that in mind. Now, in this regard, it is important that there are at all times sufficient beds, that there is reliable and sustainable water supply for domestic and agricultural use, that infrastructure is improved to facilitate the smooth movement within villages and the two towns, and between the villages and the two towns. This could be expanded into a regional strategy that could include areas such as Queenstown, Dordrecht, Indwe, Ingcobo, Kofimbaba, and so on. So this kind of development doesn't have to be restricted to the Sakhisizwe municipal area. In fact, this is an opportunity for the district to play a role, because all these towns that I've mentioned fall under the Chris Hani District municipality. Now, embarking on renovating existing infrastructure and improving infrastructure will in the short term provide employment opportunities. Priority could be given to the citizens of the Sakhisizwe area who are qualified to do the job. The forum envisages that combating the disease in the manner suggested will lay a solid foundation for the transformation of the Sakhisizwe area, with the use of land playing a crucial role. As already been pointed out, the Sakhisizwe area has a history of farming by both blacks and whites. And people know quadrant owners in areas like Olupapasi and so on. And that Colin Bundy writes about are a good example of how blacks can adapt, their, ways of using land to compete equally, if not better, with white producers. In a situation where the economy is shedding jobs, reliance on land is going to be paramount, with agriculture as the driving force for stimulating development and transformation of the Sakhisizwe area. The focus on the agrarian economy, according to the forum, will in its turn create opportunities for secondary activities and ventures such as processing of agricultural products. These agricultural activities could lead to the revival of the two towns of Sala and Elliot in the activities such as manufacture and sale of agricultural implements. Important to note as I conclude is that there's been no response to the forum's plan at all, at all levels of government, including the Sakhisizwe municipality that drives the IDP process. It will be of interest, not only to me, to see how this issue is received by participants at this forum, at this seminar. Thank you.
Thanks, Prof. I think at this point I should ask for questions, comments from the participants. Any questions?
There's a hand up. I think Mr. Swan has his hand up. Don't know what I can see.
Oh, okay. Okay, Mr. Swana. Unmute.
I'm coming. Yes, I've done that. Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. The other thing that becomes a consideration that we need to be on the lookout for in this engagement is that when you contribute to, let's say, the IDP, or you contribute to the COVID-19 response, my concern to you, Prof, is what process was set up for those contributions? And are we actually following that process? Because people could then say, you did not even consider the process that was stipulated for contributions to the work.
Any other questions? Okay, maybe because there are no other hands at the moment, Prof, you can respond, comment.
Okay, I think the question is about the process that was followed. At the beginning, as I said, I mean, in my presentation, when we started this process, we identified we dissected the composition of the Sakhisizwe Municipality and into the four categories that I mentioned: the Ilali, Maplasi, and the two towns. And the strategy then was that we would conduct research in at least a sample of these areas. Say, for instance, in the if there are 19 locations making up Ilali, would take a sample, maybe two in a sort of in a traditional area. There are four traditional areas, and do in-depth research where we would try and draw information on the five sort of issues I said would collect data around, and then and would do the same thing in the two towns in the commercial farming areas. And that information would be brought together, and a draft sort of document would be produced, which would be taken back to the people for sort of endorsement, comment, and so on. And out of that, the people's IDP would evolve. That was the original plan before lockdown sort of started. If I remember well, there about I participated in one village, Mansbatle, and had to go back to Cape Town. But I'm aware that colleagues in Kalusa and other structures continued with other areas. But as they were doing that, lockdown struck. And I think I mean, it struck, and then we started the process of communicating with each other using WhatsApp groupings, and I mean WhatsApp, communication, and emails, and all those. So the process of drafting this response to COVID-19, the pandemic, was largely conducted through WhatsApp and other electronic means. It was, especially in April and stage 5, it was impossible to hold meetings, and we thought that this was the only way we could communicate with each other. So rather than not doing anything at all, we thought that we should use the information that was gathered through these, of course, limited processes to put together the draft sort of, the draft IDP document, which was also circulated to people for comment through WhatsApp groups, through social media, and so on. So that's the process that was followed. It's an inadequate process, but the view was that rather than fold our arms, it's better for us to do something and see what would come out of that.
Okay. There's a hand from Rian. Rian?
No, sorry, Elfido. I had to borrow this the device to connect to this. It's not Rian, it's Siviwe. So
okay.
I have a problem with my laptop and I couldn't miss this.
Okay.
Yeah, firstly, I want to thank the organizers for this very important discussion. I think it is very important that we regularize these kinds of engagements. And also thank you to Loaz, the prof, and the comrade from Carl's, for giving us the context, and the background to this. And from me, I just want to say this struggle is very important. It's really something that is going to teach, there's a lot of lessons in terms of how do we go about tackling these issues locally. I really appreciate and I'm in full support of what is happening here. Yeah, the question, I think, Prof, I need your help here, perhaps what your thoughts are. I think the issue of the people's IDP is a very, not just important, it is necessary given the crisis. I want to just maybe fast forward to a process whereby the research is done, the consultations are done, and then the document is finished and endorsed by the community. I mean, in the context of, looking at the track record of the municipality and how it approaches and how it regards community initiatives, the process we have outlined so far has been that of difficulty even to obtain very basic documents from the municipality. What happens when, after all this hard work has reached a point whereby it is finished, the municipality then, for some reason or somehow, they undermine or even reject that process, or whereby the validity of the product of this democratic process is actually being questioned by the municipality itself, then I would like to know maybe what are the thoughts in terms of encountering that challenge, because I think the process is important, but when we fast forward and see this difficulty at a level whereby it is being very arbitrarily delegitimized, to the point whereby it is, the tactics of these people, they would say, man, this is an document, these are people community and all of that. We know their tactics, So when it comes to that stage, what maybe the forum has pondered on this question? What have been the ideas and all of that? And secondly, how does this important process, I want to know maybe what are the mechanisms in which other civil society formations in different parts of the country can contribute, to this process, because I do believe that it is founded on a principle of solidarity with those that identify with this cause. So those are the two things that Prof, maybe would like your ideas on it. I forget Elfido, the name from the comrade from Ariela, yeah. I like what you have outlined about what are the constitutional provisions and the legal framework that you are working with Kalusa to navigate. Now, I always like to look at things like, in case we win, in case this does go to court, it gets to a point whereby there is enough of a case, the court takes the case and rules for intervention by national government, and all these things. Courts announce this, they make these pronouncements, but somehow they do not translate, into what is intended, because the court's the court's duty is to make a judgment on a matter that is put in front of them. I think beyond that, then there are other structures, political, administrative, and possibly civil society that needs to make this, to realize, that judgment. In case also, in case there is an opposition, even from government, to undermine that judgment, what mechanisms are left for comrades at Sakhisizwe and others to learn, from that experience in terms of what then? So those are the two questions I have. Thank you, comrade.
Okay. There is a question from Advocate Tsebeza, which says, can you ask from Carls whether strategically the forum would be best placed litigating by way of application or by way of summons action, given that a lot of evidence of wrongdoing would have to be led, which might lead to a dispute of fact if it was alleged on motion via affidavits. Then to Prof, in his assessment based on his research, how much political will, if any, is discernible from the various communities in Sakhisizwe to unite on a non-partisan basis for pursuing a people's IDP? I see Lwazi.
I also wanted to raise the same questions, Prof. Doc, but you've raised them. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let me check if there are no questions on the. Okay. Maybe you can respond to these questions, Ariela first, and then Prof.
Thanks, Chair. So I think there were two questions for me. The first one was Siviwe, which is, my understanding was that it was about the limitations of the court judgment and what happens, the court can say wonderful things, but then we rely on the government officials to actually act out and see those, what the court is ordering to its end. So unfortunately, this is a problem that we're finding across the country, that we get really great court judgments, and then fortunately, the judgment relies on individual officials' compliance in order to actually achieve what we're seeking to achieve. What we would first say is that the immediate response to something like that, if we can isolate where which official it is failing to perform in terms of a court judgment, we can always take that official to court and charge them with contempt of court. Contempt of court is a civil, it's not a criminal offense in that sense. But what we're trying to do in some of our other cases is to take municipal officials in their personal capacity to court and to hold them criminally and personally accountable for failure to comply with court judgments. The courts are still very wary of those kinds of matters. So it's a really high bar that we would have to meet before we can take that kind of matter to court and win. But that's one of our options. The other thing that I would say is that in this kind of matter, obviously, so if we go to court and the matter is opposed, but we win, the order of the court ideally would be that the Sakhisizwe Municipality is placed under administration. And obviously both parties or any parties involved in that kind of matter would have a right to appeal that judgment, which is my understanding is what is currently happening in the Makana case that I mentioned, the UPM case. But once that is resolved with the appeals, the effect of that would be that the municipal council is dissolved, and then there would be a vacuum. So as much as we would still have to rely on probably provincial and national officials to then step into that vacuum and appoint the administrator, in the absence of the municipal council, once it's dissolved, we could really push, because it would then be an emergency vacuum. We can't have absolutely no one in charge of a municipality. So one would hope that in that kind of case, the nature of the order and the effect of that order would serve to ensure that officials at least perform the functions in terms of the court order, so that there isn't this vacuum of no local government in the municipality at all. Then I think it was from Professor Nsebeza, I think that the second question, or was it from advocates? I'm not.
Well, there was a question to you also about the approach. Should it be summons, or I think that was a question. Let me go back to the question.
And it was from the advocate, not the professor.
Yes, from advocate.
So that question is actually a really tough one, because we know that application for non-legal persons, there's two different ways in which you might approach a court, as the advocate highlighted in his question. There's one way in which there's no dispute of fact, where the issue is a legal dispute only, which is an application which is usually much quicker and simpler, in the sense that your deponent signs an affidavit, and that's how you approach the court. The other way you can approach a court where there is a dispute of fact between the parties is via an action, which is what we know of as a trial. Because it's a trial and you have witnesses presenting evidence and they can be cross-examined, it takes a lot longer usually. It's often much more complicated. And so the advocate's question was, because there's a possible dispute of fact in this matter, if we were to go to court, with us as Kels and Zalusa alleging that there is an absence or a failure to perform service delivery in the municipality, and the likelihood that the government respondents would say that there isn't, would we want to go in, would we want to approach the court in a manner that allows for the presentation of oral evidence and cross-examination? It's a strategic question. It's something that we would need to think of at the time. What I would offhand, my kind of instinctive response is that one would worry about putting our access to information and the evidence that we could present against that of the state, because what we're alleging is state dysfunction. And we know that the state is declining, the state in the form of both the municipality and the province is so far declining to give us access to a lot of the documents that we want. So in my presentation, I highlighted that as one of the weaknesses, the possible weaknesses of a case. And it would definitely be a primary consideration when we were debating how to actually approach a court. But it's definitely, thank you for pointing that out, because it's something that we must keep not at the back, but at the forefront of our minds, and when we think about this potential case.
Perhaps I don't know whether Advocate Nsebeza would be able to comment into the platform, because I would say perhaps at a later stage we could also hear from him what his opinion would be on this matter. Prof, over to you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm unmuted now.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, there are a couple of questions here, and no, I think first of all, I would like to say here, and I mean, this is observation that I'm making from working with the forum, members of the forum, that there is increasing realization on the part of those who are still actively engaged in these processes, that this process is that there are no easy victories, that this is going to be a protracted process. But having said that, I noticed from these discussions that people say that yes, it's going to be a long haul, but we must start somewhere. And that, this draft, that we have, this IDP, sort of people's IDP or program of action. I think that's how the sort of members of the Forum call it, that this program of action is just not the beginning. And it starts a debate. And so it's a program of action. It's not a blueprint. It's not something that will be imposed on people. It's something that will be put on the table whenever there's a discussion of the IDP process and so on. So those are the two broad points I would like to make. Now, on the specifics, how you evolve a people's IDP process. I mean, an IDP, a people-driven IDP. I think, most of the people that I talk to, the active members of the forum, what I gather from them is that the process as was originally envisaged is the way to go. And that process entailed going to the people, to the villages. They didn't use the language of words, which is what the state sort of the language of the state. But what I'm hearing with the people I work with is that they are, and like what Tsala Reserve would be an example of a village, and they want to do an IDP, for example, of a village, and then out of that, sort of the bigger picture, emerges. So I'm becoming aware that the active participants in the forum know that the existing IDP is not the IDP that would be put forward as the IDP of Sakhisizwe. It's a point of departure, right? Now the question that CV were asked about what happens when this work that's done and presented to the municipality is rejected, what do we do? Then, in fact, there is already experience of that. When I concluded my presentation, I indicated that no one has responded to the program of action.
Hello, Prof. Wow. No. Yeah. Hello. It seems as if we've lost him. Prof? Hello. Okay. Maybe whilst we're waiting for him to reconnect.
Oh, yes.
I'm
reconnected.
Yes,
sure.
Yes.
Yeah, it's quite tough now with the network here. So I think you lost me when I was trying to respond to to
Siviwe, yes.
Yes, and that the municipality has already ignored this. Now they had this document since April and so on. Say April or May. They seem to have ignored it. And then what do we do? And I was saying that here I'm reminded of what Lawson's response to this, where he said that you keep on going, you keep on asking the difficult questions. And in our case, the response is that we keep on doing research. in these sort of villages, and we keep on, and we sort of compile these village-based IDPs, and conditions are getting better now. That the virus is over, but it's possible for us. Now we know something about the virus to make it possible for us to have meetings, 50, 100. And these are some of the things that we're talking about, that perhaps when given that things are improving, we go back to our original plan, where we are going to have these village-based IDPs. So that's the strategy. We think that we can begin to implement some of the things that are in this draft, this program of action. There are areas where Siazaka, which is one of the partners in this seminar, where Siazaka now working with the people in rural areas, where they have embarked on a very successful program of ensuring that villages in the Sakhisizwe area are made up of elected headmen. So the thinking is that with elected headmen in those areas where there are elected headmen, it should be possible for us to have these village-based IDPs and to start to implement whatever is possible to implement. Like say, the issue of land use and so on. You don't need the permission of the municipality to do those things. So in so doing, we think that as we practice some of these, concretize some of these ideas, we will get more support from villagers, and with the support of villagers, we will have a voice that the municipality can never sort of ignore. So this is a longer term process that we're embarking upon. The last question is concerns is similar to Siviwe. I mean, it's along the same lines as Siviwe's question, and that's from Advocate Nsebeza, where he asked about political will and participation of people on a non-random basis. I mean, all I can say there is that any ruling party, survives by using the tactic of divide and rule. And we started with quite a number of structures that were part of the forum. But gradually, some, especially those that are close to sort of, the ruling party, those have gradually withdrawn. So yeah, that's something that can be expected. And I think the active members of the forum, talked about this, and I don't think they are shocked. Yes, civil society structures have been divided, and there's been active intervention on the part of the ruling party to ensure that some of these structures don't participate in this process. But that's no reason not to sort of to discourage people from pursuing sort of this process and winning, especially people who are non-aligned and into their confidence. Okay.
Mr. Swana?
Thank you. Prof, I need to know, firstly, in this, the point that has been emphasized in the forum, that there has been a leg that has been missing all along in how governance has been happening in municipalities and elsewhere, which is the civic or the community side, where the administration and the politicians privatized, in a sense, the municipality to the exclusion of this. Now, this IDP process, the people's IDP process, I would like to have some clarity of how it actually activates that aspect to make sure that the civic society is actually active and involved. Then the other question related to that is that all sides, the existing laws are basically saying that planning must come from concrete information from the ground. And they use the concept of a ward. Now, the smallest unit of consultation, in a sense, is the ward, which may actually comprise of a few villages. And the people's IDP has got the village information. Now, the specific question I want you to answer is, there's a lot of valuable research that you are going to do and we are doing that is needed actually in the ward planning process, in the one that is going to be formally adopted by the municipality. I want you to clarify how you see the village IDP contributing to the IDP process that is stipulated in law. I am in full support of doing projects in the villages, even if the municipality contributes nothing, because I have my own reasons for supporting that idea. But I'm worried that the forum must not give up the legal space that the law, the constitution, and the legislation actually already provides. Thank you.
Anushka, I see your hand.
Yes, thank you, Fanny. Good afternoon to everyone. I just have a question to Prof. Firstly, thank you for the space and the discussion and the courage also in driving this process locally. I want to check what are the ideas from the forum about a new or prolonged or longer term governance model in the broader municipality. As the advocate earlier also said, there might be a ruling about a new administration and a new council and so forth. But are there ideas about the forum also to just remain an outside independent body to advance representation and accountability? Or are there some ideas about experimenting with, like, especially local government coming up next year, experimenting with actually stepping into those formal governance structures that exist? And I just want to add that I've heard Prof speaking at other forums about the liberated zones. But also if you consider like the budgets of municipalities like Sakhisizwe, like over 80 million rand, of course there's resources there to be used. But yeah, are there any longer term ideas or about the function of the forum, or yeah, how it would structure itself in the long term? Thank you.
Maybe just before you respond, Prof, I just want to point out that the idea of villages was also linked to identification of villages that are in various wards. It was not just villages in the same ward. For instance, Tala Reserve is one ward, and I think there was also Sofonondile, not Sofonondile, Mgwalana, which is another ward, Ward 3, Ward 5, and so the idea of the village plans was also linked to the villages that are in different wards, so that we don't focus in one ward. The villages are not concentrated only in one ward. So there was that deliberate attempt. But Prof, can you respond?
Yes, I need to explain. I think, when it was before I was cut off in the morning, where I mentioned that I wear two hats. as a board member of Galusa and as a researcher. And what I'm sort of saying here is something that I draw from the research I do in the area. So I'm not a member of the forum in the sense of people who are actively engaged in these discussions. I'm part of the discussions in so far as I am a participant observer. But my main job is research, and I use a particular method in doing research that some people would call participant observation, working with people, talking to people, and being part of that community, but with an eye of withdrawing, doing research, writing about issues, and then feeding them back to the people who informed you about these processes. So the question about what people think about elections next year and so on is a question I would have problems in answering. I have personal views and so on, but I don't think that in this capacity, in my capacity here, presenting work that I am gathering and putting together for communities and so on. I don't think I'm in a position to talk on behalf of people about what they do with this, with governance issues. I'm not trying to duck the question, but I'm trying to clarify where I stand as a researcher. So people around here, Nomvuzo, I hope Nomvuzo was going to participate, because that would be the person who would respond to this question, and to a certain extent, Fanny, who works directly with the villagers, would be in a position to answer sort of that question about governance. Now, to go back to Mr. Swana, I think, once again, this is an active, an observer who's actively involved in this project. But what I see here is that the minute you begin to move into villages in the communal areas, there are different structures that are not necessarily aligned to the municipal structures. And in villages, it's easier for people to work around villages. That's how these villages are structures. Are structured. And for example, when we talk about a ward in the case of Sakhisizwe would involve villages and some sections of the town. And organizing people at that level is very different. It's very difficult. It's difficult both in terms of the distances that are involved, but also in terms of the issues that people confront. The issues that people in villages confront are different from the issues that people in towns confront. So what we ended up doing, and this was my suggestion from the position of a researcher, was that let's try and understand how this area is composed. It's composed of villages, it's composed of town, it's composed of commercial areas. And I said that each of these areas have their own similar interests. So when you do the plan, it's easier for one to have a plan that is based on the realities on the ground, not what the law says, but the realities on the ground, right? And that's the process you are embarking on. There is no doubt in my mind that as you proceed with that process and as you succeed, you identify what people, what resources are available in a particular area and so on, whether it's within this or that ward and so on. If you go and approach, or if you end up approaching sort of the ward system that is prescribed in law, armed with the information that you have gathered at village level, I think that one can make an intervention that could possibly challenge even the ward model. You see, I don't think that we should restrict ourselves to what the law says. I think we should sort of do research, which is what I'm doing. I do research and I tell people that look, the research that is coming out here and shows me that there is a tension between what the law says and what is happening in your villages. And I think that with that information, people have the power to go and change these laws. And if it means that the ward model must be rethought, then it must be rethought to sort of in such a way that it addresses issues as they arise on the ground. So, and in my sort of case now as a researcher, I am aware of these two models. The one that is prescribed in law, the ward model, but I'm also aware of the concrete realities on the ground. That if you want to organize people in the rural areas, you have to follow what is there on the ground. And what is there on the ground is that people organize themselves around villages. And that's the structure now that I thought should be used as a point of departure to show the tension between what the law says and what exists on the ground.
Perhaps from the position of the chair, I can add if Prof is done.
Yes, I'm done.
Yeah, I can just add two pennies to what Prof has said. Firstly, the issue of ward committees, which Prof alludes to a bit, that the structure of the ward committees, it covers a number of villages, which makes it difficult for people to come together, especially wards that are dominated by villages, because there's no public transport from village to village. Public transport would take you to town, and then you would have to take another transport to another village. So it's a challenge. But the point I wanted to add is that also what committees are also politically manipulated. People who constitute ward committees in most cases would be people from the ruling party in that particular area. So thinking that you would make inroads and impact at that level, you already have a gatekeeper that is there on behalf of the ruling party and would frustrate any effort of trying to bring together people at the level of the ward. So that's one that's a challenge that we would have to deal with. The second point that I wanted to get at, which is linked to what Prof is raising, that if we are able to develop and gather evidence at a village level that can influence the IDP process at a ward level, we should also think about the governance system and the fact that there are areas where there are elected headmen and which could facilitate establishment of liberated zones of some sort where communities are able to implement programs that are relevant to their needs. But those programs could also influence what government should be doing if there is enough pressure from below, as people come together and develop confidence to put their views across government officials. Then there are possibilities that the village processes can inform the what IDP plans. But also this issue of elected headmen, in the long run, there may be, I mean, it may contribute, certainly not in the coming elections, but in the long run, if we have these elected headmen and they become accountable to communities, and they win the confidence of communities, then a question that is going to arise is, what would be the role of the ward councillors and the ward committees? Because if communities have confidence in their structures that have been elected at a village level, then the question would be, what is the role of these ward committees that are not drawn from the villages, but are imposed by political parties? So this is also going to raise another the dynamics at another level. So yeah, I just wanted to point at those two issues that are also coming up at the local level. Yeah. Are there any comments, questions to the presentations? Otherwise, if there are none, we would have to try and wrap up. Luyanda?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ride on your the last bit of your statement, of your input on the role of ward communities when we have our own structures as communities. I want to check as whether isn't it possible for municipalities to regard our own structures as ward committees, as opposed to having the constitutional ward committees, because what constitutes of a ward committee is having the chair and the other 8 members also. So if we have the functional, because well, research shows and experience shows that what committees and what councillors have not like produced or rather operated the way we would have loved them to. So isn't it possible for municipalities now to adopt our community structures to play that role that is currently played by ward committees? Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions or comments? Prof?
Okay, yeah, I was trying to unmute myself.
Yeah.
Yes, perhaps, I mean, this could also be sort of concluding comment, for this session, seeing that, there are no hands showing. But I mean, I must thank Mr. Swana for raising this issue, about the word and the importance of the word, because I think this is something I personally have been dismissive of, because when I started focusing on Sakhisizwe and local government at Sakhisizwe, having done work on villages. Now my work has always been on local government in tribal authority areas where I was dealing with these structures. And municipalities is defined by the constitution, the post-1994 municipality, the wall-to-wall municipality, that idea is something that I knew, but I'd never confronted in my earlier research. It's only when I started working with this group, this forum in 2018, that I realized and I began to see the tensions that existed between the various models that we have. That we have no villages in the old way because the institution of traditional leadership has been is recognized in the constitution, and the current government is sort of maintaining that structure as it existed in during the apartheid days. What were tribal authorities are now called traditional authorities and so on. So no, you have that structure that works in rural areas. But at the same time, you are extending the notion of a municipality, which historically was meant for urban areas, and we are extending that notion to villages and so on. And I realize now that look, this is not working. You can't just extend it. You have to understand the dynamics on the ground. So, and my focus now has been on the village and not the ward. I think I'll make it a point to with the assistance of Mr. Swada to think more carefully about the ward model and using Sakhisizwe as an example. And maybe Mr. Swana might sort of have different inputs when he starts understanding what we mean by a ward in the case of Sakhisizwe, where a village, or a ward comprises of people who live in a village under a traditional authority structure, and people who live in an urban area, in a town like Tala and so on, and the complexities that are involved in that. So, but I do think that the research and the work we are doing in this area is leading us towards the direction where we are going to challenge the ward model. I don't think it's meant for places like Sakhisizwe. And yeah, but I mean, it will be up to civil society in this area whether or not to what they do. But as a researcher, I think this is what I'll argue. Is there any? I mean, unless they are chairperson, there's something that I've overlooked in your. I think.
Okay, let me just check the chats and see if there are no comments. No, I don't seem to see any comments that are directly, unless Lwazi and Bura, you have comments that you've picked up from the chat.
Let me check.
Otherwise, I don't know whether, while Lwazi and Bura are checking, I don't know whether Advocate Zabeza is able to come in and perhaps give a comment to the discussion with Ariella on the litigation strategy. Is he able, Bura or Lwazi, to come in?
I don't see him yet, Doc. I don't think he's.
Oh, okay.
Can I read? There's a message that is on WhatsApp.
Okay.
Him. Can I read it?
Please.
Where he says, I actually agree with Carls that if or when the decision is taken to litigate, it is at that stage that the forum's legal representatives would have to weigh which procedural process would yield best results. There is no single answer, it seems to me, or there is no one glove fits all approach. Applicants sometimes gamble and approach court on application on affidavits and still plead in the founding affidavit that any perceivable disputes of facts could be dealt with by the court in a robust way and rule that it can deal with the matter despite disputes pointed out by the respondents and not dismiss the application. Moreover, the applicants on the same papers could seek to downplay the critical importance of the dispute of facts and argue that to the extent that the courts agreed there was a dispute, the court should refer for the hearing of oral evidence only those factual disputes that can be resolved on affidavit and so-called hybrid approach, or the so-called hybrid approach. At the end of the day, it is a matter of litigation tactics, it seems to me. And then he says, by the way, I agree with the prof that the law must forever be challenged.
Okay. Oh, there is a hand from Mr. Swana. Mr. Swana?
Yeah, I think this is more of a comment. This comment more on my mischievous side, I would say this thing that you guys are saying is subversive. And don't be surprised. Don't be surprised that the ruling party will run away from this whole thing. Now, on the other hand, I think it's a punch between the eyes. You know, I was a part of a group that was called into the Marikana area, where development is stuck. And the reason why it is stuck is the conflict between the traditional authorities and the municipality. And nobody has a way of reconciling how municipal budgets on the one hand can be released to effect proper development in the rural area, and on the other hand reconcile that to traditional authority over their land, and so on and so forth. And I went there to teach the chiefs and their administrators. Now, after listening to what was being said here, I think comrades have made a decision that you have these two systems and you just legislate that they coexist, but their coexistence and actual use of the fiscus is actually a big problem. And I'm looking forward to learning, first of all, the lessons that you guys are learning on the ground. Because these municipalities, as I've told you before, my graduates, they are teaching them and working with them for many years. But this issue that you guys are raising, I'm actually understanding it for the first time. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any hands now, and I think it's time for us to wrap up. And Teto, are you around? I don't seem to see him, Teto. Okay.
Yeah, he's been in and out. I think he's cut again.
Yeah, he was supposed to do a summation. At one point, he asked me to do that. I don't know whether I'll be able to do it because I was chairing. So, but I can just point out to to some specific issues that I think have been highlighted and need further thinking on our part. I think the issue about the limitations of the legal route and the cases that get decided with very little changes happening on the ground. I think it's an issue that we have also discussed in our circles as Kalusa and the civil society structures around here. And then the other issue that has come up indirectly is the issue of our positions towards the coming elections. Whether we're thinking of fielding or promoting independent candidates or what. I think it came up in the morning. It's coming up now. Then the other issue that has come up is how are we going to deal with opposition from the ruling party or whoever is opposed to what we are proposing. And the last point, which is also an issue that we have been discussing, which was also raised by Advocate Sebeza, relates to the support base towards the implementation of the People's IDP. And I think those are some of the issues that are food for thought for us. We need, I mean, some of them we are already thinking about. So it also says that we are in the right track in terms of thinking about those issues. So maybe unless there are people who think that there are things that I've left out, but I was just highlighting issues that I thought needed further thinking and further clarification. Oh yeah, the last one is the issue about our village approach and the what-based approach, that we need to develop a clearer and convincing argument as to why we think the village approach is proper, and how this village approach would influence the what-based approach. Thank you. And I don't know, I'll give a few minutes for people to make comments if there are things that have been left out hanging. If not, if Nomvuzo was around, I would ask her to close the meeting. Thank people who have attended this. But let me abuse you once more, Prof, as our senior.
Okay, yeah. Well, and I'm now wearing now my cap as the board member of Kalusa. And no, thank you. I mean, it's something I didn't prepare for, but I suppose, I mean, to thank people who participate in anything that you organize is both an easy and a difficult thing to do. And easy in the sense that you can say thank you, but difficult in the sense that in saying thank you, people might say that, oh, no, this is just a formality and so on. Yeah. But I must say that I mean, today's proceedings, both the morning and the afternoon, worked well for those of us who were organizing this event. That we wanted to get a sense of what was happening, in Sakhisizwe, in the Sakhisizwe Municipality, and armed with that knowledge from the Auditor General, from sort of specialists like Mr. Swan and so on, see what we have been doing and whether what we have been doing is along the right track and so on. And what has come out of here is that yes, what we're doing is something we can still pursue, but questions have been raised that force us to go back to the drawing board, which is exactly what we're going to do, and as these three structures, and this applies especially in my case as a researcher. This is data for me, rich data that I will use to try and understand what's happening here and feedback to the people who are directly affected by the issues that we talk about here. And without this kind of participation, both the presenters and people who listened and people who sent messages, chat messages and so on, without you, I don't think that we have gathered this kind of data. Your contributions have created, and then for that, I must thank you on behalf of the board and the organizations that collaborated in this effort. So with those words, I would hand over to the chairperson. And,
Okay, thanks, Prof. In that case, I think I only have to declare the meeting closed and say goodbye to everybody. Enjoy the weekend. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot.
All right.
Thank you. That was fruitful.